to agree on a census. Maybe the most credible could be the 1963. After that, everybody has quarreled. Nobody knows exactly how many in Nigeria. But Akwa Ibom experts in the University of Uyo have written to me telling me 7 million is too conservative. It is 9 million. But I'll go with 7 million. The second part of your question, well, we are in the south of Nigeria. The 7 million is 31 local governments of the present Akwa Ibom state. 31 local governments of the present Akwa Ibom state. For us, that area, the Ibom people, is a historic area. In fact, we are the first people to ask for self-emancipation in Nigeria. The late Justice Udo Udoma, who is well known to Nigerians, who was the chairman of the Constitution Drafting Committee that wrote the 1979 Constitution, has written books. You can go to Amazon. I was told that his numbers have gone up because of the movements we are carrying out now. Udo Udoma wrote there that in the mid-20s, Ibom people, which is the people in those 31 local governments, already asked for self-emancipation. This is about 14 years after the amalgamation of Nigeria. We claim to be the first to ask for it. That's who we are. 31 local governments, south of Nigeria, conservative 7 million people.
How long ago have you been agitating? Some people are thinking that maybe this agitation just started when the Igbo were going and the Ibom people don't want to go with the Igbo. Is that the truth?
Actually, I cannot completely dismiss the fact that Akwa Ibom people do not want to be part of the Biafra that Nnamdi Kanu talks about today. This is historical, because when the original Biafra was formed, when Ojukwu decided to declare Eastern Region Biafra, he never consulted with anybody, never consulted with any of our leaders. In fact, by fiat, he declared Biafra without even asking us. So from day one, Biafra was in trouble. Our people stood with the Nigerian side, totally. I was there. I ran away from Lagos to go there and see the thing. So yes, that was part, but that's not, it is not about, we are not having Ibom People Republic against Biafra. That's not what we are having today. We actually feel Biafra to be allowed to have their own country. We started.
Let me take you up a little bit there.
Yes.
Had it been that the Igbo people, if they had consulted you in the beginning, would you have preferred to be with Biafra?
We would have said absolutely not. I don't want to mention names. My organization was consulted at the highest levels of IPOB. Consulted. I don't want to mention names, but let me say to you, we would never accept to be Biafra. Let me quickly explain something to you. When Nigeria was coming into itself, you had the Eastern House of Assembly, you had the Western House of Assembly, you had the Northern House of Assembly. The Northern House of Assembly was technically run by Ahmadu Bello. The Western House of Assembly was Obafemi Awolowo. In the East, it was a man called Professor Eyoita, who is from the present Akwa Ibom state. When Zik lost his power fight in the Western House of Assembly, Zik ran to Enugu to replace Professor Eyoita as head of government business. So they pushed us out, even at the point where, because in those days, head of government business became prime minister. They were about to declare Akwa Ibom people as prime minister. After that day, it was over with us. We were uninterested, completely uninterested with those Igbo part. Let me remind everybody that's then. Today is different. We relate to the Igbos of today as totally different. I mean, that's history. But that history is there. We would not, and then Biafra came, and that wasn't the situation. The political relationship is extremely bad. I'll be shocked if up to 3% of Akwa Ibom people are interested in Biafra, consulted or not.
So let us look at the situation in your area. Before this time, how has the government of Nigeria treated your people?
So, there's a popular saying by Akwa Ibom people that Akwa Ibom, and this is, I mean, it kind of looks sad, but it is true. Akwa Ibom people are considered as doormats in Nigeria. A lot of Akwa Ibom people.
Door and the mat.
Mat, like you stand on top of, not the one you sleep, the one you rub your leg, your feet. So they are considered doormats. We are not stupid. I mean, I'm just saying, we know this, but we have to live in Nigeria. It's almost like slaves. They have to keep quiet and live under slavery. Yes, we know that this is how we look. In fact, a lot of Akwa Ibom people believe that Akwa Ibom only contributes to Nigeria and Nigeria gives nothing back. A lot of people feel, oh, it's because of oil. It's not just oil. Prominent Akwa Ibom people have, I gave the example of Udo Udoma. In fact, the constitution we use today, which was a combination, is really a combination of 1979 plus that thing, that Abachako constitution that they put together. So we feel that Akwa Ibom people in different parts of Nigerian history have contributed. When Nigeria fought Biafra, Akwa Ibom stood with Nigeria. That's why they took quite a lot of problems. So, and then not to talk about the resources today. So Akwa Ibom people feel like nothing. In fact, if you look at the federal government today, if you name the protocol list from number 1 to maybe like 70, you will not see a single Akwa Ibom person. Akwa Ibom is not president. No, it's as if we don't even exist. If you hear the discourse, I just saw PDP have a convention. APC is about to have their own. Did you see any Akwa Ibom man there? All you're going to see is people like Godswill Akpabio collecting money and saying they speak for Akwa Ibom. They don't speak for anybody. They speak for their families and themselves. So for us,
is he also from Akwa Ibom?
Oh yes, that's a good question, right? Yeah, many Akwa Ibom people wonder, is Godswill Akpabio from Akwa Ibom or from Katsina State? He never speaks for Akwa Ibom. This is why our emergence is the new political leadership in Akwa Ibom State. So for us, I'm trying to wonder anything we ever benefited for Akwa Ibom. In fact, from Nigeria, let me give you a quick example. Akwa Ibom voted consistently for Jonathan Goodluck. I can tell you this because for the period of Jonathan's time, I spent 6 months out of every year for close to 9 years in Akwa Ibom. I had a big project, both in NYU campus in Accra in Ghana and in Nigeria itself. So I spent a lot of time in Nigeria. And Godswill brought one project. I stand to be challenged on this. One project of Akwa Ibom State, it was a nuclear, to come and build a nuclear plant. A nuclear plant to kill Akwa Ibom people. I was a young doctor in Moscow when Chernobyl happened. I was a young doctor. I was among one of the few doctors to fly from Moscow to Kyiv. I saw dead people from Chernobyl, live. So I'm not talking verbal here. I saw it. So for someone in a country that cannot even protect itself in any way, shape, or form, or to come and say, I'm bringing nuclear weapon. I mean, nuclear, and have you noticed the nuclear thing is not going to Katsina, it's not going to Kaduna, it's not going to any of the fancy places in Nigeria, brought to Akwa Ibom State. I exploded because I know that Nigeria cannot run anything. If they bring that thing to Itu, which is where they wanted to side it, we would have been wiped out. All you need is one accident, and would have been. That's the only thing Jonathan Goodluck brought. So for us, we have arrived at the point where we feel we have to fight for our own people. We have to fight for ourselves. We get nothing from Nigeria and we'll continue to get nothing from Nigeria. That is why we advocate for Ibom People's Republic.
So now, let me ask you this question about the former president, Goodluck Jonathan. A lot of people were saying that the people from Akwa Ibom, you supported him to the point that people were thinking that you were like the same thing. Did you get any, is it true that you supported him to become the president, number one? Number two, was there any payback? Did he recognize you when he was there?
Yes, so I think the mistake we made, I will confess that I'm part of the mistake. You see, when they do these geopolitical zones in Nigeria, they'll be like south-south, southwest, northeast. There's a thinking that if somebody comes from south-south, for example, and you're from Akwa Ibom, that person is for you. Or there's a thinking that if somebody comes from southwest and suddenly you see him made vice president or president, is for the region. That was a terrible mistake we made. And I am part of the mistake. Again, all these things that I'm saying now, I would like to be contradicted. When a decision was made to support Jonathan Goodluck, the decision was, oh, well, it's from the South. Okay, we have not been part of anything, so it's one of us. They called a meeting in New York, and they moved the motion. Goodluck came, 45 people sat under a tent in Hilltop Mansion in New York. Hilltop Mansion is where the governor's office is. I was among the 45 invited. I was the only person from overseas invited. I sat right there, and we endorsed Jonathan Goodluck. That man, after I entered the plane, I'll be blunt, because I don't mind.
What was your reason for endorsing him?
As I said, it was a parochial reason. It's a mistake we make parochial. It's like, oh, he's my man. He's from South. Oh, he's just one.
I mean, that's a reason too.
Well, I'm not dismissing it, except that it worked so badly for us that it was almost laughable. When Jonathan got to to Abuja, and I will say this, I'll repeat it because I have evidence. Every single weekend, a private plane will come to you carrying Akwa Ibom money to Goodluck's wife. And I'm ready to appear on any Nigerian television anywhere in the world to repeat what I've just said, because I have names of people who took part in this. All they did was carry Akwa Ibom money to give to patients Goodluck. That is the only thing Akwa Ibom. I remember staying there. I was so pissed. In fact, it was one of the reasons I said, you know what? I'm not doing this project again. I'm returning to the States. We were helpless. There was nothing we could do. Jonathan brought nothing. I mean, look at even the so-called appointments, which to me is not the biggest deal. To me, appointments, I mean, if you appoint somebody minister, it does not mean much. It makes people feel better, but it doesn't bring anything, because those people put the money in their personal pockets. When I was there, Jonathan didn't even bother. Even Obasanjo, at least appointed Ufode Kaite Secretary of Government. Jonathan did not even bother. All Jonathan did was do the constitutional thing of appointing one minister. That was it. Nothing. No federal pass. That man, I don't know whether to call it hate, but what the man did though was good, because it brought out for our people that all these things don't matter. You can appoint this, appoint that. What we need is our own republic where we can sit down and democratically select people to work for our own people. It's not about an individual. It's not about Goodluck. It's not about a name. So for us, that is one of the reasons we realize that, wow, Nigeria is not for us.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
For people who are just joining us, we've been listening to Professor Offiong Akwa, the leader of Ibom People's Republic. I'm going to call on Baba Akoguntola Adeniyi. Akoguntola Adeniyi has been in the media forever, and he knows a lot of things happening then and now. Sir, can you tell us from beginning, as an icon in media, press, who knows a lot about the news, what was going on with the people? Are they considered minority? Are they being treated well? What did you see as a media executive on the situation of the people in this area that Professor Offiong was talking about?
Well, until Professor Akwa came on board, I mean, we didn't hear much about the distinction between Akwa Ibom and Cross River. I'm sure you know that Akwa Ibom is really a new creation. It was a state created recently. And for observers outside of that area, we lumped everybody in that area as cross-variant people, and we didn't do any distinction. Now that it's mentioned Yoita, until today, I didn't know that Yoita belonged to Akwa Ibom. We just thought it was a cross-river band, and that's all we knew about Yoita. We know that the Yoita, the name is Cross River. We didn't know that it was from Akwa Ibom. What I'm saying is that there was no recognizable distinction until very recently. But the moment that the state was created, we began to see the distinction that it represents. And I can say from personal experience that as early as 1992, I was invited to Uyo, May 1992, to address about 1,000 women, women's society there, permanent secretaries and so on and so forth, by the wife of the governor, Umo. Umo is saying, what's the name now? Is it Umo? Professor Akwa?
Imo. The
only Akwa Ibom governor we had since Akwa Ibom creation was Idomesin Kanga, who just died.
So somebody is giving us the name here.
It's Umo, yeah, it's a Umo, you know. That was the wife.
I think he's trying to say Imo is Semen.
Yes, that Semen was governor.
Okay, you are talking about the wife of Akpan Semen, the first governor of Akwa Ibom State.
Yes, I'm telling you, as early as 1992 May, I was invited by the wife. They came to collect me at Calabar Airport. They came all the way from Uyo to Calabar Airport to collect me. She led all the women, and they lodged me there. And I gave a lecture to over 1,000 Akwa Ibom ladies at that time, and
very lucky.
I began to realize that Akwa Ibom had always had its own decision. The man running the Akwa Ibom airline now, they just had their own airline at that time. ADC. ADC was the most thriving airline in Nigeria, private airline in Nigeria as at 1991-92. Again, until they created Akwa Ibom, I didn't know that the brain behind that venture was from Akwa Ibom. It was after the creation that I started to see many distinguished Nigerians from that. And I will say, without any fear of contradiction, that I didn't really see the presence of federal government at that time, even at that time. What I saw was the presence of highly industrious men and women. If I can recall, I think the IG before he changed his name to Jimeta. Before Jimeta was also from Akwa Ibom.
Yes, that was Itomiyan.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's probably the IG who arrested. Remember the armed robber? Is it Ayeni?
I know, Aneni. I know.
Okay. Yeah.
And when he did that, then they plotted against him, and that was how Jimeta became IG. I was also part of that, but I visited this man at that time. Like I said, it was just Cross River. I visited the IGP then. This young man, very fine gentleman. So what I'm saying in essence that when the state was created, then we started to see distinction in the sense of the caliber of men and women that came from that area. But until before then, there was no distinction. And at that point in time till now, I wouldn't say there was much of any federal presence there or federal. What I will say is that there have been men and women of caliber from that area who had made their names and impressed their identity on Nigerian consciousness.
Thank you, sir. So we can say clearly that the fact that there was no marked distinction could be the reason why they were actually marginalized and no, they didn't have anything.
Well,
does it make sense to say that?
Well,
no, that's the unfortunate thing about it. If you have such distinguished men and women, then how could they not have been given recognition for their area rather than the men who came out of that place and the women distinguished themselves and put their own stamp of identity on Nigeria, not Nigeria putting identity on them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are still going to, go back to that and probe some more to know exactly what is going on there. Before I call Baba Banji Ayiloge, now, Professor Ofion Akwa, What is going on exactly now?
So a lot.
I mean, on your quest for freedom, do you have the majority supporting?
Yes.
Because we are going to draw from the example of what is happening in Yoruba land. Yes. We are diversified. We are like all over the place. We say, Matomi will say, it is so. Elaloro will say, no way. That is what is going on. So is it comparable to what is happening in your land too, about your quest for freedom?
Yes, I think it is. In fact, when you first invited me to appear, I looked at the question and said, where is Nigeria going? That is an incredibly apt question. Where is Nigeria going? I don't want to be rude, but my answer is nowhere. Nigeria is going nowhere. In fact, Nigeria is going backwards. So for us in Akwa Ibom, obviously, I kind of want to make sure though, our issue is not just about, first of all, I don't feel that anybody is marginalizing us. We are not marginalized. Nobody's taking anything from us. Well, I mean, we don't feel like victims. We actually feel rejuvenated. We feel fresh. We feel that we are fighting for our rights. We feel that this is time for Malcolm X. This is time for Martin Luther. We don't cry. Nobody has done anything to us. We need to claim our rights. They belong to us. Obviously, some of our leaders let it go. Our leader dropped the ball in the 20s because that's when we could have gotten out of Nigeria, in the 20s. Udoma wrote it in his book. But we remained. We remained because there were people who felt, no, don't worry about it, we'll be fine. Well, we are not fine. And we see that it's not just us. I will agree, though, that people talk about our movement now. I think the Akogun had asked me, when did this start? This has been lingering. But our particular movement started about 6-7 years ago. But it's interesting because just when we're heating up, we notice that they don't even respect the Southwest. They're killing people in Igongon. They're killing people in Ibarakpa. They're treating people like animals in the politically powerful West. They're walking in there. There was a very famous Southwesterner who actually died in his farm. I mean, and what this did for us was to tell us, we are right. We really need to get out of this place. We see the North explode. We see people planting flags in Niger State. We see what is happening in Abuja. Akwa Ibom people see all these things. I mean, I don't want to answer your question, even as late as yesterday, Akwa Ibom people were consulting me and saying, the woman, Justice Odili, that woman, isn't he an Igbo woman? I said, well, he's an Igbo woman. He's an Igbo woman, but be careful. Just because she's an Igbo woman doesn't mean we are safe. If the Fulani-led government of Nigeria is allowed to remove that woman, who is number 2 on the list, number 2, after Tanko, because Tanko is on his deathbed now, reportedly. I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, it's true. It's sick.
But I can say to you that Akwa Ibom people, the whole night I could not rest. I was talking about this matter, and people now realize that for that woman to be removed is not an Igbo thing. It's not an Akwa Ibom thing. It is a Nigerian thing. It is something that if she is removed, she's number 2, right? And another thing too that people don't realize, Justice Odili is also on the panel that, by my understanding, is about to decide on VAT. They set up 7-member panel to decide on VAT. She's part of that. And there's a fear that the Fulani-led government will hijack this VAT issue. And then she's also about to take over as chief judge. That is why Malami, Malami thinks that Nigeria is all about Fulani. He does not understand that as Attorney General for 220 million people. He acts that way. What they want to do is this. They want to preempt, and I said this to a group of Akwa Ibomers yesterday night. They want to preempt the appointment of Justice Odili for a very simple reason, that they made a mistake and allowed Onogen to be Chief Justice. Remember, Buhari refused Onogen. Onogen is not an Ahaji. He has no, I'm sorry, when I mean Alhaji, I mean in the sense that he's not from the north, he's not from the Sharia north. That was the issue. After all, we have Alhaji from the west and they're perfectly fine people. But the thing is this, we don't know again. They delayed. I'm sure all of you can confirm with me that the appointment of Onogen only came when newspapers screamed from Lagos and they had to bring in Onogen. But even then, they were not comfortable because they were not sure that the Buhari goes and rigs that election and brings under 8 children in Kano to vote in his re-election. Onogen might disagree with it. They then pushed Onogen out. Onogen is from Cross River State, a sister state with Akwa Ibom. That pained us. That's part of the reason Akwa Ibom say, if they can remove water on Onogen and we are still sitting in this country, we are just waiting to die. What they don't want to do what they want to do is to make sure Odili is not appointed in the first place. So they won't have to deal with fallout because right now the whole world is looking at Odili. The whole world looking at them. So they want to be able to say, Odili, you're a thief. EFCC. Malami sent EFCC for 5 hours. They surrounded this man's house. I had security people in Akwa Ibom who called me and said they've surrounded this woman's house. And remember, the idea is she's a thief. Let's go inside the house. Maybe we can find some bra. You know, they go around looking for Southern women's bra now, brazier, right? They go looking for brazier. Maybe we're going to find bra, and maybe the bra is made of silver, right? Remember, Southern women have bras alone, right? Buhari's wife don't have bras. All these people don't have bras. They went to that house looking for something, anything. And when people protested...
Something incriminating, right?
Something incriminating, because they want to be able to charge her. Because don't forget, if they charge her, the next Chief Justice is another Fulani person. But by doing that, though, they created a lot of problems for themselves because people jumped them. Malami then walked back and said he never asked anybody to go in there until the judge there said, hey, he asked for the letter, I've forgotten what they call it, to go in and search warrant. He asked for the search warrant and we did it. You see, when Akwa Ibom people say stuff like today, as the story is trickling out, we now see that Malami and Pantami, the terrorist trained in Sudan, who is the Minister of Communication. We see now that Malami and Pantami, they are triggering this thing. They want to make sure they continue. So for Akwa Ibom people, when we say that, we are like, they did this to the Cross River, they did this to this other Igbo woman. We are like, let me say this, because I know this for a fact. Buhari has asked his people. Why do I know this? Because some Akwa Ibom people are involved. Not to say anything about Cross River, Akwa Ibom. Not to say anything about Niger Delta. They feel they can go after the Igbos, go after the Southwesterners, drive Igboho all the way to Benin Republic. So they feel that they can get away a little bit with that, mostly because they have Yoruba elites with them. They have all these Yoruba elites trying to be president, trying to be this, trying to be that. So they feel because of that, they can do that. With Akwa Ibom, they've been very careful about us, extremely careful. They feel that they're too quiet and that the thing will go away. They don't want the world to know that they have serious opposition. They have people fighting for self-emancipation from Akwa Ibom, for Yoruba Nation, for the Midwest Belt Group. They don't want that. They want to limit it to Yorubas and the Igbos. With the Yorubas, they're careful too. They don't go out of their way. They only frustrate Igboho, where they've kept him for months. I don't know what is happening about that. That is inhuman. To keep that man there for months, for what? For asking for self-emancipation. So Akwa Ibom people see this. In those days, my sister, Akwa Ibom people would have just sat and looked. Remember, in Lagos, they sat and looked. In Biafra, no, we don't see. We are not in sit-down look anymore. For us, we know that every single one of those things comes to us. Think about this. If they finish with Igbos, finish with the Southwest, you think they will come and greet us? We are next. And this is the typical Hitler and Germany situation. You first go for the communists, then you go for Lutheran people, then you go for Catholic people. At some point, you go for everybody. That is why Akwa Ibom people, we are not going to wait for the Second World War. We want to get out of there before time.
Baba Banji, are you okay?
Yes, thank you, moderator. I'm now going to go along this path that the two speakers have been going. I mean, we know there are problems all over Nigeria, and every Sunday I have said it here that there is a crisis of nationality in Nigeria. It's not. We've never had a national crisis in Nigeria. Ordinarily, if we are a nation going after the person who is supposed to succeed the Chief Justice, there should have been a national outcry. But to us, if Professor Akwaki say, well, some people ask, where is she from? And he said, well, it's an Igbo woman. The fact that she's first of all seen as an Igbo should let you know that this is a nation that cannot stand. And I've also said before that in all the years of our independence, Yoruba had always taken some of these, the Yoruba people had always taken all these, what you call cheating or marginalization, with a stoic, almost a stoic, we tolerate it, we rationalize it, and then we always have some of these wise sayings to make it palatable to us. We'll explain it out. What I call some poetry of cowardice sometimes. Explain ourselves to others. That we have to bear some of this destroyer of our people's future. And then we say, well, we by nature, we are constitutional people, we are more reasonable. Somebody said we're going to fight with our brain, not with guns. Let me tell you how many people have done that in the whole world. You fight with a gun. You fight with everything you have. These are things that bother. It's no longer, I expect everything that is happening in Nigeria right now. I expect that the Fulanis have a master plan to subjugate all the constituent part of the country and make the place their homeland. So every other Malami or Malama or Malamo or all those people you are talking about, those are just, if you take Malami or Malamo and all the other people from there to there and replace them with others from that same axis, the same thing is going to happen. So I don't want to keep talking about all these things, but to look forward and say, what do we do? And I've always said, it is finished for that country anytime the Yoruba say it is finished. What we are doing in the Yoruba axis is to make sure that majority of us accept the fact that it is finished. And that is why I always say we're at information stage. Give the information to the Yoruba people before explaining all the things we are going to do with at least a plurality of the Yoruba. It will be difficult for us. But once we get a majority on board, which is what we are doing, this is why we're talking, this is why I'm talking, this is why a whole lot of us are talking. Some people say, oh, the Yoruba, we always talk. It's like the June 12th, this thing. I have in the street of New York, around 1994, Akishiku will know this guy. He's an Igbo guy. He said, oh, why can't you go out there and fight like we did? I said, listen, how much was the price of bread in Nigeria today? He mentioned a ridiculously low price. I said, by the time we finish with Nigeria, a loaf of bread will be 300 naira. And he said, how? He laughed up. But a few years later, he met me again on the street of New York and said, you are right. You people, and that's you people, you just use the bread. Yeah, we use the bread, but that doesn't mean that if somebody comes to your house with a gun to kill you, are we going to wait
using the brain?
For what is? What I said it is brain. What brain will take? Using your brain is planning ahead to say, look, before these people keep charging, before they come for me, let me use my brain to think of a countermeasure. It's not that we are not going to fight. Yet last week we have an Oba here. We have an Oba here who said, all the Muslim countries now, if that is the case, there must be some Christian countries who we can actually talk to to supply arms. Look, these are the kind of things that they are using to tell our people, don't just take it. If you take it more than what they are taking, what they are thinking is that every day they test the water. If they go to Akwa Ibom and do something really, really stupid or unheard of, and you just say, look at us, so we cannot do anything because we don't want to die. They are coming back with a full force later on to do better than do worse thing than what they did. The same thing in Yoruba land. People around, you talk about the Igongo area that we have been talking about. They didn't they start piecemeal. They started encroaching on lands. In fact, we have some ballers who were complicit, selling. They wanted money. After all, they just want to farm. Look, tyranny, when you give an inch, they want a mile. When they give a mile, they want 10 miles. They want 20 miles. I'm not going to sit down here. If we sit down here tonight, this is what they did to our people. This is you can be here to the next 10 months. You will have things to say. What they are doing today they started planning. None of you, by the time some of us were shouting that they were packing the Supreme Court with Northerners, nobody seems to care. When Professor Akwa was here the last time, I asked you, I said, look, traditionally, I remember Awolowo used to be for the core states. He was a defender of minority rights. But they won't vote for him. And you said, no, you actually you said yes, but things have changed. The more we talk about some of these things, and let the people know the mistake they made in the past, and then show them what to do in the next few years. Nigeria is finished. Look at every one of you. Most of you are abroad. Not because you choose to be abroad. Most of us, when we came here, I won't mention years, when we came here, we wanted to spend 3-4 years and go back and develop the country. Today, if you graduate from any university in the South, and some people who only had 12 or 15 in the JAM entrance exam, by the time in 5 years, you are still looking for work, and the people from the North are in all the key sectors. Nigeria is the only place I know, the more brilliant you are, the less likely you are to be given any position of responsibility.
To be responsible, to be successful.
The dumber you are, the more likely, and if you belong from one section of the country, the more you are able to be in charge of all the places, that can develop. And so we are not interested. I am no longer interested in just listing, this is what they do. What do we do to move on? And some of us in the Yoruba community had said, the solution to it is a Yoruba nation, a nation of our own. If I say, let us improve education, and Akogun Adeni says, no, look, let's do road first. I can go to his house at Agowoye and say, listen, this education, time we finish, I know we will have a compromise. If you go to Sokoto and stay with these people, and say education is very important. They say education for what? What? Even education, you can't even do anything with it. These are, I mean, but they send their children, the leaders in that area, they send their leaders to the best schools around the world and groom them, you know, to take over when they are not like to continue to dominate the area. However, the only thing is keep the population down so that the money, nobody, somebody say, well, the Yorubas, there are so many people. Yeah. Well, the essence of education is that one person, if Wakokadeni is saying this is what we are going to do, I will think about it. Dipo Akichiku will think about it. 1,000 people will think about it. Then we argue about it. But when you have few people with sound education, one person will say, my teacher used to tell me, when 2 or 3 people agree all the time, only one person is doing the thinking. The Yoruba sphere, not a single person will do the thinking for us. You might have somebody today who say he wants to be president. A million of us will say, to heck with you and your presidency, we don't want it. That doesn't mean that the Yorubas are not united. No, we just have different point of view. Right now, I am thinking that what we should all do, convince the next guy, this is the way to build our people. Some people are sending people to mass. We are debating why a person should follow an animal from Sokoto all the way to Lagos. That is not the way to develop the land. We want a situation where our children will be devoted to their fields of endeavor. The youths were here. When they talked to us, I was almost crying when they were talking about their plight. So let us sit down. Let us recalibrate it. Our mission is not just to stand up. Some people say you talk all the time. You talk every yeah, there is a reason. The reason is we want as many people as possible to understand the tasks that has to be done. Not only for this generation, but for generations unborn. I'll pause at that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I was going to go to Professor Adenin Adeboye and Baba Dipo Akishiku, but some of the things that Baba Banji Ayiloge talk about raise some questions that I'm going to ask Professor Ofiong Aqua. Your group, is your group working with any other group outside your group, outside your region? Do you have cooperation? We heard about the Niner. What is your position with the Niner? If you are not working with the Biafran, the IPOB.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I also really appreciate what our brother Banji Ayiloge said, because the real question is, what are we doing? What are we doing? Part of, that was the real question. Our group, I'm going to quickly tell you what we do. We do more behind the scenes than in front, than publicly. But in terms of the question that you're asking me, do we have a particular group that we are working with now in Nigeria? Because that's very important. People underestimate that. I lived in the former Soviet Union when it collapsed. I was right there. I had classmates from all of those countries. I had classmates from the whole of Eastern Europe. I had classmates from Serbia, classmates from Kosovo and all of that. And one thing that I noticed, because a lot of people don't realize this, that since the early 80s, when we went to Soviet Union, at that point, people already wanted out. They wanted out, just like we want out now. And you had different groups. Those groups, what helped them was that they work with each other. So I know that it is important, very, very important that we work with other groups in the country, which is one of the reasons why you see me here, which is one of the reasons when we call Igbo Leaders Congress meeting, we invite people like from the Southwest. We invite people like Dr. Pat Akimbola. We invite others there from the very inception of these meetings because we want them to come and hear and see, look, this is what we are doing so that we could work with Southwest groups together because we have the same aspirations. I would dare say that beyond aspiration to found a nation, our values are very similar. I can speak to this because I've lived in both places. I can speak to it. You know, as a kid, my father established School of Surveying in Oyo. So I've been around the Southwest. And so I can't say that, yes, this needs to be done. Have we done that yet? No, we have not successfully done that. But I can say to you this too, that right now we have some group we are trying to get together where all of these national liberation movements can come together and work under an umbrella apart from what they're doing in their individual movements. That is under discussion. And as you can imagine, Alhaja, are we going to come to the public and announce everything we do? Not really. When we are ready, we think that announcement will come. There is almost no Sunday. Probably today is the first Sunday. For the past how many months we have been meeting? We have been meeting in a group with people from different ethnic nationalities who want liberation. People from the Middle Belt, people from the Southwest, some people from the Southeast, because people should understand IPOB is not the only group in the Southeast. This we are working under the radar for now. But as you can imagine, we have no option. We have to come publicly at some point and say, look, we don't want to give Buhari the opportunity to sit down on television, which is what he did, and say, well, the Igbos are a dot. The Igbos are a dot. The South is with me. I'm almost laughing. Buhari, since he became president, has not come close to Uyo. I'm sure he thinks that we are really like nothing. I'm not even sure he can identify Uyo on a map. But he was able to say, well, you see, the Igbos are bad people. They are in a dot. And around the dot, all these groups support me. We want to debunk that. We want to let him stop saying that. So for that, we don't want him to be able to say people from the Southwest support me. So yes, what you're saying is right, that yes, we need to organize ourselves. We need to reach out more. The different ethnic nationalities need to know that our strength is in numbers. So if they arrest Igboho tomorrow, I want us to be able to say, this is a dream. I want us to be able to say, well, we are shutting down Uyo next week. If they arrest Chris Udo, one of us who is here, who has actually been arrested by this Fulani-led government, he's on the screen right now. He's gone to DSS detention for speaking for Ibom people. He's gone to that detention. So he's actually here now. So we want, if they go back and arrest him again, I think that's the second time they arrested him. If they go for a third arrest, I want the Southwest people to say no. If you're going to be arresting people like that, don't come to Ibadan. If they kill more people from the Middle Belt, because the Middle Belt is like a killing field, hundreds of times. I don't know. I think I would have gone and died in Nigeria. If they came to Uyo and killed people like dogs, this is what they do in the Middle East. I mean, in the Middle Belt. One of my colleagues is a professor like me in a university, was almost in tears. He's a Catholic priest. Those 3 Catholic priests that died in the Middle Belt, 2 of them are his colleagues. They have come to St. Patrick's Cathedral, where he preaches. So if you can see that, but something happens like that, nobody in Akwa Ibom says anything. Nobody anywhere says anything. We don't want that to happen. So yes, we need to come together. It is extremely important. But as I said, I'm working on it. In fact, there's some people on this screen, I'm not mentioning their names, who are working on it too. So we do have this thing going on where we know that's going to be important. But let me quickly point out what Akwa Ibom people are doing, because sometimes people think it is just being on interviews and talking. Of course we're talking, but we are doing a lot. We are meeting multilateral UN agencies. We are not announcing their names, because the moment you start announcing them now, the Fulani woman in United Nations will go sniffing around their offices. No, we're not doing that. When the results come, we want it to come. Locally, we are organizing people. If you probably look at this screen, you are going to see several Akwa Ibom people. Some of those Akwa Ibom people live in Akwa Ibom. They are helping us organize people on a 31 local government bases. As I said, we have 31 local governments in Akwa Ibom. Some of the people you see on the screen, we are trying to set off stuff. In fact, I can be honest with you that I've actually asked Akwa Ibom people to wait a little bit. I don't know whether you guys have heard of this, but I'm going to tell you this. You can check this out. Hundreds of years ago, when Ibom, people were challenged. When Ibom people were challenged. In fact, they continued in the hundreds until just before Nigerian independence. We had our own army too. A lot of people don't are not aware of this in Nigeria. That army is called Ekbe Ikpo. You can Google it. It is called Ekbe Ikpo. With Ekbe Ikpo, you are not coming to our land. That is why when they kill people in Esenudum, some of us were thinking, let us activate Ekbe Ikpo. But with Ekbe Ikpo, we would have expelled every single Fulani out of Uyo. Even another Akwa Ibom citizen died. That group, I'm asking that group to wait. I'm not a member of the group. I didn't even know the group still existed. They contacted me and said, we have no Akwa Ibom people has had, Akwa Ibom leaders have had credibility for decades. They said, well, we feel you have credibility. We know you want peace, but we're here. And I said to them, remain there. Don't do anything. Let them kill one person. One person. So that group is there. Younger groups, we are doing our work. I spend more time on the non-public work on the public. The public is easy. The public, they will just listen to what we have to say and look for a way to counter it. I am not boasting to you, but remember we talked about federal projects? For how many years, not a single, I gave you the example, when Goodluck Jonathan was there, none, except the nuclear weapon to kill 7 million people. When Buhari came into power, 0 too. Until we started our movement for Ibom People's Republic. I remember some of the Akwa Ibom people on this forum right now. I remember holding a Zoom meeting. And in that Zoom meeting, people came into the Zoom because in that Zoom meeting, wanted to make a decision about some things we wanted to do. In fact, people were saying, let's block the airport. Let's withdraw Akwa Ibom people from the federal house. All kinds of talk was going on. And suddenly people came in there into the thing. All kinds of people came in there essentially to block the meeting. You had Indians, you have all sorts of people who came in to hack our meeting. That has never happened before. But the thing is, I work in places that have relationships with Zoom. So when I wrote my complaints, I wrote to Zoom. Zoom privately informed me that it was the Nigerian government that was in that meeting. So I'm just telling you that we know what is good. We know these things. Unfortunately, we cannot be stopped, right? We don't care. You can elect Tinubu. You can elect, what is that man, that other guy, that PDP just now. You can elect Atiku. You can elect anybody you like. We are not interested. The question, though, I still go back to it, is what our brother Banji Ayiloga asked, what are we doing? Okay. And my response to you is that we are doing a lot in the background.
Okay,
and we beg our Southwest friends to join us. To
thank you.
Information with us.
Thank you. I'm still coming back to you. If you are just coming in from YouTube, from Radio Yoruba Gbode, from the Zoom here, what we are looking at is which way, where is Nigeria? Where is Nigeria going? Where is Nigeria going? Baba Tola Adeniyi, I wanted to ask you this. With Yoruba position, Yoruba agenda, where is Nigeria going? The reason why I'm asking this question is a lot of things that are going on. Recently, the Afenifere group, they issue a communique, and I'm going to, after you talk, I'm going to invite Baba Daniel Adeboye and actually every member of the Wise Men group on Yoruba Gbode. But from your perspective, sir, where is Nigeria going? We heard from the Ibom people. From the perspective of Yoruba agenda, what is Yoruba position right now? Where is Nigeria going?
The thing is this, the atmosphere is now beclouded clearly by the politicians who are angling for positions in 2023. But I can tell you with all the at my disposal that average Yoruba person wants Yoruba nation. Average Yoruba person wants Yoruba nation. Don't be deceived by the noise being made by politicians. Don't be deceived by the noise being made by those who are benefiting from the rot of the contraction called Nigeria. The Yoruba people want a nation where they can develop themselves and so on and so forth. They want a nation where this slavery and the shackles they have on them will be removed, where they can really be who destiny wanted them to be, not where we are now. So to ask you frontally, the Yoruba want to go they want to be on their own. And I also want to say that the Yoruba don't want the word secession. We are not seceding from anybody. We can only talk of secession if it's only one country, one part of a country that wants to go, or two parts of a country. Those who want to opt of Nigeria, those who want dissolution of Nigeria are more than 7 nationalities. So it's only a question of anybody seceding. Yorubas are not seceding. Yorubas just want to have their own nation, like several other nationalities in Nigeria want to have their own nation. Answer, Yoruba want a nation of their own. I wouldn't know what the communicate the Afenifere people give or gave, or those who are being deceived by a so-called attempt by some cunning, insidious people from the Sharia North who are asking whether people should declare that Biafra should be allowed to go, or that IPOB should be allowed to go, that kind of nonsense, which is just a recap of what Oka asked for on April 22, 1990. So I'm not being deceived by that. And I'm sure when we continue this discussion, I will elaborate on that particular tomfoolery with the kites they are flying to deceive other nationalities in Nigeria about whether the court should decide whether the Igbos should be allowed to do. Kind of nonsense. The Yoruba want a nation of their own, and they are going to have a nation of their own. There's no power under the sun that can stop it.
Thank you. Baba Adeniran, Professor Adeniran Adeboye, Ekukale. I know you have had a lot on this communique by Afenifere. Baba Tola Adeniyi has said it emphatically that what is good for Yoruba is to go. What the Yoruba people want is to go. And that the Yoruba people are unstoppable. Professor Adeniran Adeboye, how can you reconcile this with what Afenifere put out? Afenifere, they are an organization to be reckoned with, no matter what we want to say. So what is this? What impact is this going to have on Yoruba being unstoppable? Can you explain to us your view on Afenifere communique and the impact on Yoruba is unstoppable?
Okay, share and me.
Very well, sir. But
okay, a quarter. I'm going to have, so let me make sure that I speak what English I know, since we have more than Yoruba speaking people here.
Yes, thank you,
but
sir.
I will occasionally lapse into Yoruba.
That's allowed.
Because, thank you, is allowed. First of all, I want to acknowledge the fact that I'm sitting with very brilliant minds and people who are doing a tremendous amount of analysis with a background that they have that I don't necessarily have. So I'm learning
Akogun Adeniyi, Dr. Akwa, I salute you. I also salute these people who are very, very experienced as General Secretary of Gbode Yoruba, Banji Ayiloge and Dipo Akeshiku. They had accumulated a tremendous amount of experience in the 1990s because they were the engineers or the keepers of the activities of Gbode Yoruba during very, very difficult times. So I doff my hat to all of them. And if they mess with me, we're going to take over their town. But they usually don't do that. Now, let me go back to two major things. As you well know, I have to be very definite about what I say as an individual, as opposed to what I say when I'm x-rayed as the chairman of Odua Foundation, which is a think tank, which is a non-partisan research group collecting data, analyzing data, making recommendations to all sorts and conditions of Yoruba leadership about which way to go. I try to not confuse that with Adenina Adeboye, the guy who used to be a student at the University of Ibadan, and we know who he was. So I'm going to be speaking with forked tongues because of that, but I will explain myself each way. As people in the audience are complaining that we have been analyzing and analyzing and analyzing without any action, let me just say the following. I'm a Yoruba, and Yoruba say "Koko kola dafo aditi," meaning that a deaf person, if you are going to be casting divination for him or her, you have to be very definite, you have to be loud, you have to be repetitive, you have to be all kinds of things that get the message across.
You repeat and repeat.
The Yoruba nation and the Nigeria country may be aditi at this point. So anything we want for them or on their behalf must be repeated and repeated and repeated. When you are talking about 200 million people, you don't say one thing for 3 days and say, oh, they've all heard it. Or when you are going to take an action, you don't say, I announced it yesterday. And think about what is this problem. That's not the way it will work. The way it will work is to continue to repeat the message until more and more and more, possibly everybody gets it. I'm a mathematician. So I know that there is no message that you can put out on the streets there that will arrive at everybody. Even when the rate of growth of information spread is known, it is an exponential function that decays. So we have to be very careful not to be impatient. Now, having said all of that, I'm also a Yoruba. And Yoruba say, it is you with your eyes that will ensure that nobody pokes into it. I hope you are understanding me. Then I'm a Yoruba from UI. So in the 1960s, like 1963 and school, when they were forming all kinds of organizations to displace the action group, putting our leaders in jail and what have you, and we were being told to be patient, and we thought we were patient, but then beyond a point, patience became like stupidity. And so we decided to plagiarize something from Matthew chapter 5. It says, I mean, many Christians disagree with me on this one, but I keep repeating it. So it is all right for people to think of you as a fool or as an idiot. It is all wrong for you to accept it, and I think that's what Dr. Akwa is telling us. So where am I going with all of this? I don't care what Egbe says about what's going on, or about the Council of Elders, or
long.
What I care about is very simple. As both Aden and Adeboye and a member of Odua Foundation, the following at the fruits that we hold dear. There are nations in Africa, and Yoruba is one of them. A nation is a people with a common culture, common language, common this, common that define them uniquely and different from other people. Nobody should ever be ashamed of being a member of a nation, whether you are Akwa, Ibom, or Yoruba, because that's what God created. Come on. It is the British that created Nigeria. And it was a mess when they created it, and there was an intention for creating it. They dominated the place as a foreign power for years, and they intend to continue getting the benefits of that domination. So when they were going to let off a little bit of the power, and it's only a little bit, the bulk of the economy is still in foreign hands. The little bit they were going to let off, they handed it to another foreign dominators, the Fulani, so that it is a transfer of foreign domination to another foreign dominator over the past more than a century.
Power.
The foundation believes that nations are corporate individuals. Like individuals get together and agree to marry, and if marriage doesn't work, they divorce. I mean, okay, I don't want to say that to Yoruba, but the point I'm making is Yoruba is now, and has been for several decades or centuries, a corporate person. To the extent that, in 1951, the Awolowo crowd made it whole. And it included more than Awolowo, by the way. So where am I going with that? The corporate individuals have individual rights. So the Yoruba have every right to determine which way they want to be governed, what kind of structure they want to grow in, what kind of future they want to plan, what kind of past do they want to forget. Yoruba have that right. Igbo have that right. Fulani have that right. Hausa has that right. Akwa Ibom has that right. Edo has that right. And if I don't mention a name, it's not out of despise, it's because there are too many names to mention. But now that we have agreed to that, and Nigeria has been a noose around the neck of these corporate individuals, a noose around the neck of each of these corporate individuals, it is time for the corporate individuals to say, I am a whole individual by myself, and I am sufficient to myself. I understand the benefits of getting together in some kind of federal form, but we, the people, are going to be the one making the decisions, not Lord Lugard, not Osman Danfodio, not Amadu Bello, not Awolowo, but the people. Nobody is going to glue us together unless we agree as corporate individuals to be together. So, as the Jeremiah said, that will wake you up.
Yes, I'm the president.
As he said, we ought to be working our way to achieving corporate individual autonomy. That's what the Yoruba is looking for. It's not a secession. There is nothing in the 1700s and 1600s. We were trading with the Fulani, trading with the Hausa, trading with the FP Kanan, the Bibio, all over the whole place, as we chose to do, without being part of a quote federation that was forced by foreigners. It is time. The black man is important, and that black man should make sure that he is able to exact his personal individual self as much as the corporate individual self, until we get there and turn our journey. And everything that I'm saying now, I can say again, and I've said more in the past. I've delved back into racial composition in the past. All of them are one part of a continuum. It is that continuum that must be understood. It must be communicated, and therefore we must continue talking. That doesn't mean we don't do anything else. The fact that we are talking doesn't mean we are not doing anything else. Come on, it's a spectrum. Talk is part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let me
Baba,
comment.
yes, I was going to call you next. Alagba Dipo Akinshiku.
Yeah, the question is, where is Nigeria going? Obviously, Nigeria is not going anywhere. And if it is going somewhere at all, it is on way to disintegration.
Baba Dipo Akinshiku, please, can you also add to your explanation about where Nigeria is going? Can you add to it the impact of Afenifere's action on where Nigeria is going?
Well, maybe that for later, but let me kind of make my own contribution to the question where Nigeria is going. As I said, Nigeria does not appear to be heading anywhere, anywhere at all. And if it is going somewhere, it is going on the way of disintegration. And the signs are there. The coalition of Northern Group, they called them, went to court and was asking that the court should determine or make a pronunciation that they should let the Igbos go. So the immediate response to that is that if that is the case, that they want Igbos to go, they are willing to agree that Igbos should have their own country. What about the Yoruba?
Where you are, sir, where you are. I want all of us to be thinking about it, Baba Yiloge, Baba Adeniyi. If they want, if it is okay for them to let the Igbo go, that Igbo, if you want go, make you go, make you go your own way. Why is it difficult for them to say the same thing to everybody else?
That is
why.
Let him finish. He's saying it.
Okay, go ahead.
But you interrupted me.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
If they are saying that, then that they should allow Igbo to go, they are indirectly telling them that the country is not working. What do they expect Nigeria? Do they expect Yoruba people to stay and be a slave to them after the Igbo had gone on Akwa Igbo to stay? Of course, that is not feasible. This is what they are saying. It is interesting now that a group of Igbo lawyers have gone to court to say they want to be part of that suit that the coalition of other groups have put together. And recently, 2 days ago, another Yoruba group have said, we wanted to join too, or we would like to join too. That clearly shows you that the country in itself is on the way to disintegration. And I will also expand on the fact that the Fulani that they are the North, because the Fulani actually dominated or are dominating the northern region. They are all the emirs, all the governors. That what they are doing, the fact that they have a hold on Nigeria, which of course is fraudulent. Sometimes I have seen them all which they were talking about population, which is in itself is a fraud. Because when you compare the landsman of Nigeria along with its neighbor, Niger, Chad, and of course Mali. Chad has a population of 70 million, and they have about 640,000 square miles. Mali, about 21 million population and 480,000 square miles. Niger, 25 million, has a land mass of 48,000, 448,000. Nigeria has a land mass of about 356,000 with a population of so-called 200 million, which is Fakika. The population is in the north. It's not as what they are making it to be. They keep inflating it. And I will give you, I read a book about Facebook. Facebook at one point in time, when people were saying Nigeria has a population of 200 million, then Facebook wanted to test it because the only server that they have in Africa is in South Africa. So if Nigeria truly is a population of 200 million, then we should have our own server. And they sent a satellite up there. And they decided to map the whole of Nigeria. They found a virtually expanse of land empty in the north. Empty, virtually nobody there. And when you compare that with the population Nigeria. When you look at it, how could that be? The only thing they did is that during the election, they bring in all these people, they will import them, they let underage people vote, 8 years old, 9 people years vote. And when you talk to our people in the South, well, that has always been in the North. That has always been their attitude. It is this population that they use constantly to intimidate the South. The population basically in Nigeria is in the South. And when you look at why the population of Nigeria cannot be 200 million, is you take into consideration the the high infant mortality, low life expectancy, and of course, poor medical services. There is no way we're 200 million. So with that, the South should come together and try to flex their muscle. They have the real population. But of course, we are so much timid about this imaginary northern population that they are more than us, and that in any event, if there is dollars to break out, that will ram short over us. No, that's not the case. We have to break that jinx. And I've made that point. When you are talking about Afenifere, I don't think Afenifere has any issue. Afenifere said they are for restructuring. The Yoruba people are saying they have moved past restructuring. They are no longer interested in restructuring. And in any event, based on what I've just said about this population, they use it to determine who becomes the president. They do that. They use it to determine the president, and we coward all the time. And that is why when you have a president from the South, they are ineffective. Professor Aqua said before that Jonathan couldn't do anything. Of course, he couldn't do anything. Even from what we had, the road to his village was not tapped. Obasanjo was there for 8 years. The road from Lagos to his hometown in Ota was not tapped for the 8 years. So even when they are there, they use this population, they use the military to intimidate the people. They will say, either if you don't dance to our tune, we can even get rid of you through military coup. So all these Fakika belief should be discountenanced by Southerners. And that is all the more reason why we should continue to pursue our self-determination. Self-determination is key. We have to free ourselves from bondage and slavery.
Thank you. Thank you, Baba Yiloge. You are going to comment on that before I go to...
I'm not going to comment again. I know you asked for us to talk about the communique. I wouldn't even call it a communique, but you use the term communique issued by Afenifere.
That is what they called it.
Right, but look, let me say this so that for the benefit of, for posterity, Afenifere has been declining since Adesanya, died. Pa Adesanya was, and I can say this because at the time we were fighting for the for civil rule during Abacha, we collaborated with Afenifere. As a matter of fact, the old man always tell us at that time that you guys are the brains of this. We will sit down, we will consult, we will talk. We brought him here several times. However, they lost out immediately, after the 1998, 99 or 99 election, because they thought they were, what they used, let me even say that, and that this is very relevant. When Pa Adesanya, as the head of Afenifere, came here, we told him we should not participate in that election. We should abstain and fight for, a national conference and write another constitution. Adesanya said that was what he thought should happen. But the politicians in Nigeria were holding him by the jugular vein. They were holding that there is no, I am the leader, yes, but you must remember that all these people are with me. Then we said, send them to us. Let them come here. Kalaige was the one to come. He was a politician he wanted to be president. And when Shimbolage came, we met at Yoruba House. I was at that time the national secretary. And we sat down and started discussing it. We said, look, this is the position of Egbe Yoruba in North America. We are not participating. We brought these people, we fought these people to a standstill. Now they are ready to deal. This is what they are trying to do, is to gloss over this, and they will declare victory. Once we participate in the election, that will be the end of it. And we won't have any, Shibolagi said, within 6 months of getting there, I was the one that asked, who told you you are going to get there? No, you have, look at, the whole system is rigged against us. It's rigged against you and the rest of the country. If you are not, even if you are from the north, if you are not a Fulani person, member of the aristocracy, I mean, even Mata Mashule couldn't even successfully, become a candidate, and he was the best at that time. But like I said, we in a consultation with those of them. I talked to Shiroma, I talked to this, I talked to that. They all want to cooperate with the Southwest. We said, listen, we will prefer. I was very adamant at that meeting, but the meeting lasted more than Dipo was there. I think Professor Adeboye was there. We were all there. The meeting lasted for about 3-4 hours. And at the end of it all, she said, all we wanted to do, because we had a series of other meetings, all we wanted to do was go there and capture our political area. Our geographical area will be, will not be in the hands of the traitors in Yoruba land. Because if we abstain from the election, they will just handpick the usual people who are who had always been on the other side, and these two will now be the ones to represent Yoruba. I would say, well, if that is what we were going to do, then go there, make sure our people, are supported to win the election. And once they're there, then we continue to press. We went over there. Look at the people who were there in the first, in 1998 or 1999. There was only Tinubu left, who were one of those who came here, who left Nigeria and came here. And when Tinubu came, within the next 6 months, they were at loggerhead with Tinubu also. And now, another thing is that for the first time in the history of Yoruba, those who control the POC, those who control the in government, were not the ones that were in the socio-political organization. The old men were there, but they were not the one pulling the strings. The Tinubu and the young tops were the one that young boys and young guys were going to now. They control the patronage. Tinubu controlled the patronage in Lagos and all the other people in all the states. So the people were becoming more and more ineffectual. The first 4 years, and that drove them to Obasanjo during the Obasanjo's second term. Seeing that they had no power, but they still wanted to be relevant, they went now to Obasanjo wanted Yoruba. He doesn't want to be disgraced like the first time that Yoruba didn't vote for him. Now, they had this meeting. And the youngest person there was C.O. Adebayo, who was in his late 60s at that time. And Obasanjo frustrated. I've said this here before, that he was going to do everything. He was deceiving them again. And the moment Obasanjo won the second, all the agreement they had, Obasanjo threw it in the dustbin. Now, after that, the remnants of these organizations have been around. They say we are the apex Anybody can now say we are the apex Yoruba organization. If you are the apex Yoruba organization, look at what came out of their communique. They said they believe in the constitution. The constitution, the 1969 constitution was not the best, but that the Southwest stood politically, to participate in that election. I don't know what that means. And that one of the things they said was that we should return to 1963 constitution. Now, let's link that to what Adebanjo said when he came here. When we were pressing him that, look, so many things have been done in the name of one Nigeria since 1960. So much so that nobody in his right sense should actually believe that these people believe in one Nigeria as the chorus. He said he wanted, if we can just resume what Awolowo was doing, that Awolowo carried the West to the heights that that the West is, that if we only can return to that, then I had to remind him. The breathing room that Awolowo had was between 1952 and 1959. The moment Nigeria got independence, that was when the rest of the country united together and wanted to destroy him and the Yorubas. We never went back since then. Awolowo didn't have the peace. He wanted to rule Nigeria. He wanted to be anything. It was a gang up. It looks like our development have been arrested since then also. Now, for someone to now say, well, we want the government to now return to what Awolowo never did anything post-independence. They never allow him to do anything except the period that they use him to fight the war. And ever since then, they have destroyed the constitution. They have destroyed the federalism that we agreed into. They have not only done that, they have now every military from in the early 60s and 70s, military formations were distributed around the country. They have moved those things now to the north. Everything has been moved to the northern areas. Now, these are the same people who acquiesce to this arrangement. They are the people now that you are relying upon to suddenly change their... These people were in power. They either in power or in coalition with them. And I'm saying that whoever wants to wait for Afenifere to wake up will just now become... When you become a slave in Yoruba land, then you know it is then that you know that Afenifere can never work for you. Because these people were in power, they were there, they collaborated, they kept... Even if they didn't collaborate, they kept quiet when all these things were happening. And now, we are about to be run over by a minority ethnic group who are not even, who are even alien to our land. Or you can come out with a wishy-washy communique that we should go back to 1963 constitution.
Okay.
When majority of our people are saying that enough already, we want to chart our own future, we want to take our destiny in our own hand and move on. We want to join other nations of the world to develop our people so that we will not be scattered all over the globe. All they can come up with is go back to 1963 constitution, and as a matter of fact, they all went trooping. They went to the house of the person that wanted to run an election. That you have told us this election is not going to happen. They are not doing anything about that. They just mouth all these things. Now they call them. We know that some of these, the representatives of the people in the north, are meeting them privately. So My decision is that we should not place any premium on what comes out of Afenifere any longer. Anytime we want to say something, let the organization, I have believed and I have said it since 1996, that we will not sleep and use the same pillow any longer. We are not going to do that. The Yorubas are too intelligent to put our eggs in one basket. Some of them can agree to be slaves. When you make money, there is a time that you will know that the money doesn't really help you anymore. When somebody with power want to really dominate you, they can take it away. So this is what in summation the communique from Afenifere says. And as from today, sure, I don't think we should pay any premium on what is. How many of them are left in Afenifere anyway?
You remember, Baba, you look at that, the secretary, Anthony Ebisheni came and, promised.
Due respect to Ebisheni, I am talking about the organization as a whole, that the organization is now becoming irrelevant in Yoruba land. Irrelevant in the sense when your people are suffering, when your people are dying, and yet you say, oh, we are going behind the scene. What is happening in Yoruba land now is not about going behind the scene. If you are not on record to say, don't do this, don't do that, this is our stand, we cannot rely on you, because behind the scene is where money transfers. Behind the scenes is where influence peddling reigns. Behind the scenes is where they whisper to your ear that you can be the next president, and then by the time you get there, you don't do anything. They don't allow you to do anything. And so,
point of correction.
Afenifere prevaricates. What happened?
Okay, I'm going to be.
Let me make this statement. When Igboho was on a mission, going about informing the people, he was angry, he was educating the people.
Something is going on there, Mr. Akinshiku, Alagbakinshiku.
Not me, but I just want to make a statement.
Okay, let me see what I can do with this.
After him, I need to make a comment.
After me, let me finish.
Okay, I'm going to mute everybody. So I don't know where that is coming from. Okay, now can you unmute Alagba Akinshiku? Yes.
Yeah. When Igboho was doing, he was mobilizing the Yoruba people, mobilizing the people. He was organizing peaceful rally. And at one point, when they wanted to harass him, and specifically when he was on his way to meet with Pa Adebanjo, I think the DSS was trying to intimidate him on the way. But eventually, he met with Pa Adebanjo, and Adebanjo spoke how you spoke and said about it. I agree with what you are doing, blah, 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 blah. But make a note of it. Since Igboho left the country and on the way for medical attention in Germany, has Pa Adebanjo made any statement to that effect? No. These people, it's wishy-washy, they prevaricate, just like the Obas too. You can never know where they stand. You can never know. So you cannot rely on them and continue to look at them as a credible organization with the interests of the Yoruba at heart.
We are going to review one of our Obas comment recently, if time permits us. Baba, thank you. Baba Adeni Adeboye, then Baba Tola Adeni, if you have any comment, but I'm going to quickly take Baba Adeni Adeboye. Your comments, sir.
Thank you. First, I want to correct politely a trend that Alagbabanji was following. He was emphasizing, and correctly too, that Awolowo was not allowed to be who he wanted to be for us even for Nigeria at all. Certainly not immediately after independence, because they put him in jail. I mean, they found all kinds of reasons to do this, that, and put him in jail. Then when they realized in 1966 that the only way to keep any shadow of Nigeria was to bring him out of prison and use him to calm down people that they needed to calm down, they used him. And they even promised him that nobody is standing in your way to be able to run this country in the near future. Then as time went on, when it looked like he might, they began a succession of coups that would make him get older and older and older until he would get to the point where he couldn't run. Then they brought an election in 1979. I want you to listen to me because I'm a little on the old side. In 1979, Awolowo had to form a new political party called UPN. All the Action Group and all those other parties have been proscribed by Agwironsi. UPN was the party of choice, guess where? Not only in what they call Southwest states now. In those days, they used to call them Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, and Oyo, or something like that. Then, but also in Bendel. Bendel is the old Midwest, where in 1963 plebiscite we were told that rejected the Awolowo type leadership. How come, what is between Awolowo, between 1963 and 1979 was essentially a non-Awolowo government, a military era and what have you. How come the Bendel people came back to Awolowo in 1979? And Awolowo ran, or his people, because I don't want to make it an individual, his ideology, his followers and everybody ran the Lobo state between 1979 and 1983. When he was making progress, free education in Western Nigeria, primary was all the way from January 17, 1955. Free secondary education was under the UPN between 1979, I'm mixing things, and 1983 or something like that, yeah? And then they toppled the government because Awolowo's ideology and personality came back in full force, not only in Yoruba land, but in the entire territory that he used to govern. Then they took over the government, and from 1983 to 1999 or 98, whichever one you choose, it was out of commission. Abi? So what I'm saying is, everybody knew, and by that time, of course, Awolowo was gone, but everybody knew that Awolowo was never going to be allowed to do anything in Western Nigeria because it was the brain behind, not Western Nigeria, in Nigeria, because it was the brain among politicians. It had no immediate second. So if Afenifere comes, and let me make sure that I call your attention to some very good news that I got this morning. Josephine Odumaki, the wife of Yinka Odumaki, just gave birth to a twin set of children, one boy, one girl. The boy will be named Yinka. I don't know how many of you already have that story, but I got it only this morning. But in principle, no matter, Yinka Odumaki was Secretary of Afenifere long ago and continued to be when they were at Jibo.
No, he was a spokesperson.
Spokesperson, in moment. But the point I'm making is, he had remained in Afenifere. Was he also the spokesperson in 2004? Because I met him then at the Jibo office of Afenifere. But the bottom line is,
Yinka, what's the name of this guy who was running, who was in the Senate? This is a Kitibo man, was the spokesperson around that time.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that we brought him here to Yoruba Gbode. We were happy to see him. We arranged for him to collaborate and work with these young men from Ibarapa area, and he was
youth.
Huh?
Yes, the Ibarapa youth. Yes.
Yes. So the face of Afenifere that Yinka Odumake represented as recently as when we came in here was a face that we could always rely on, or thought we could rely on and trust. He's out of the scene. I look at his descendants with hope, because no matter what we do, as we are graying and passing away, we blossom and flourish like leaves on the tree, but we wither and we perish. So if we can have another generation of people to hand over to, one hopes that Yinka's children are among them. Now, as far as Afenifere is concerned, we also have Baba Adebanjo here. But I want to remind everybody, Awolowo was only 42 when he became leader of government business in Western Nigeria. And then they called him prime minister just before Federation in October 1954. And then premier. He was a young man. I have children older than he. I have children now that are now older than he was at that time. I say Yoku Awolowo ti ṣe tiẹ̀. Ó ti lọ.
I'm trying to find out what this long this long
this long thing, Alagba.
Because we are saying something entirely different. We are talking. I'm not going to wait for the newborn Yinka Odumake to liberate me.
No, I don't think they are issues.
Okay.
Let me finish.
What we are saying here is that an organization that is supposed to be an apex Yoruba organization is ineffectual.
And
No. I don't think they are listening.
And it's not doing it. Now you come out to say, oh, well, Adebanjo is there. Adebanjo at 94 is, you are saying that Awolowo was at 42, but Adebanjo at 94. How do you reconcile some of what you are saying? With due respect.
Only if you listen, will
Okay.
you get it.
Look, I know that this is a classic Yoruba thing, but we should be able to actually put in context some of these things.
Be patient.
I'm patient, but I'm better to know what you are trying to say.
If you are patient, you will let me finish.
All right, okay. Look, let me talk after he finishes.
What I'm saying
I'm going
that
to.
You are right. Awolowo that you said was not allowed to do anything since 1960. You forgot that he was allowed to do something between 1979 and 1983. And
I said that.
Let me finish. And when he did that, it became clearer to the world that that's why he was relegated. I was supporting you.
No, support me. Anyway, all right.
Let me give Baba Akoguntola Adeniyi some time to comment on what we have been talking about before I go to the other guests. Akoguntola Adeniyi, you wanted to make some comments. Are you frozen?
I don't know. The Amboyes are having the floor, and we should listen to them. These are old men.
Thank you.
Just like that.
That's something. Look, I just want us, Akogun, with disrespect to you.
Yes.
I just want us to put this thing within
perspective.
In perspective and see. Well, I'm not saying that Awolowo was killed, his idea was killed. I'm saying that Awolowo, he was put in jail in 1962, barely 1.5 years after independence.
Yes.
And then the old man, what I'm saying is that the force, those of us, I didn't study mathematics, I studied politics and all that, and I've been in it since I was a toddler. But what I'm saying is this. In fact, it was because of what happened between 69 and 1970 during the war, that we now know that once the Nigerian nation run into trouble, they look for a Yoruba person, they whisper to him, you could be president too, and then you cooperate with them. And after they have used you to stabilize the polity, they dish.
In other words, we are saying the same thing.
So why do you have to say what I've already said then?
No, you omitted.
But I'm just saying that to clarify what you are saying. Where I lost you was the Yinka Odumakin and the one being born today, and they are coming to. You know how old I am without even telling the whole world that I have to wait for a newborn baby to liberate me from the clutches of the Fulanis. But the point is this: Femi Fere is only an FPG, and I'm saying it with every fiber that I have in my body. Femi Fere is now an FPG of itself. It's not. Look, it doesn't have to be the age. The group, and I want you to send this tape to each and every one of them that you know. They are not representing Yorubas anymore. They are not the apex organization anymore, because they are not in tune with the aspirations of our people.
Know where they stand.
Because of that, it is about time we now find an organization that will speak for us. Enough already.
Okay.
You can quote me.
I know there are more to be said. I'm going to yield the floor to questions. We have our guests here. They've been waiting patiently. They're going to take questions. I'm not calling for comments. I'm calling for questions. After we deal with questions, we may have opportunity for people who have comments. So please, if you don't have question, I would like you to hold on to the time that we are going to take comments. We are taking questions now because this is an opportunity. Alagba Sambayo, do you have a question or comment?
Yes, I do have a question. Esheon, thank you so much, our elders. It's all about concern that is causing the argument, and that shows you are so much concerned about the happening. Now, my question goes like this: we all know that Nigeria was handed over to the Fulani. Until today, the evidence is still glaring. An example was the artifact that had to be collected in London, and the Fulani Sokoto Caliphate or something was involved. Now, that shows how strong the tide is. Now, this takes me to the question of what next? How are we going to get out of this shenanigan we find ourselves? One of the scientific way of doing this is what Ninas is saying, that we should boycott the tool that is being legitimized every 4 years, the Constitution. Now, do our elders agree with this? And if they do, is it a good way? And how can it be possible? How can it be effective? If for any reason the elections takes place, will there be any advantage of boycotting the election that may eventually lead to the collapse of the system? Thank you.
Forward these two questions. our guests. First, Baba Kogun, and then Professor Aqua. Then we will go to the wise men if they have comments. Professor Afyon, you want to go first?
Okay, so if the Akogun, it looks like his thing is frozen.
I think, yeah, it's frozen. It's going to come back. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so
go ahead, Sam.
So the question was about elections. Well, I mean, if we had our way, because we don't believe in the Constitution, this is the same Constitution that is used to organize these elections. And even the elections people are going for, the Federal House, the Senate, those are on fake numbers. I'm sorry to say this. These are totally on fake numbers. But then, so if we had our way, yes, we would not. But let me say something. From my own life, I have lived in different countries, and I watch politics. I understand political history. My experience is that countries that are about to go down organize lots of elections. Lots. Algeria had plenty of elections. Even Egypt, they had elections. Election is not the issue. And I think Nigeria will be having a false comfort. The Nigerian elite have a false this thing that you're going to organize elections, go through your normal tribunals where all the judges are bribed, end up in this also bribed Supreme Court. They have a false comfort. They think election will save them, election will not save them. In fact, in many, many situations, after elections, you get breakups. You can go back and look at it. So election is not a savior for them. Now, for us, stopping the elections, will it stop them? I doubt it. I really sincerely believe, because remember, in the last election in 2015, the Northeast was there was really no stability in the Northeast, but they produced numbers. These Fulani-led government will announce numbers. It's almost like what is going on in Anambra state, which is one of the reasons, from people I've spoken to, one of the reasons IPOB has said, we're not going to do anything about the elections, because you can talk all you want. They will announce numbers. That Northern Fulani guy in INEC will announce a number. So they need to understand that those numbers will not help them, but they will announce a number, they will crown somebody governor and all that. So as a tactic, I think it's not the ultimate tactic. I think that, funny enough, what will break down this, what will stop this nation, we don't know yet. It will be an immediate cause where we never thought about. But if there are people trying to boycott the elections, I will support them. I will support them. But for me, it's not an ultimate tactic, no.
I think it may be depending on how widespread the boycott is. Remember, there are going to be international observers, and they're going to go around the states. And if they found out, it depends on the cooperation of the South. Like I said before, we are intimidated by the so-called fake numbers from the North. If the South and the Middle Belt, if they can come together, and if there is a universal boycott, no violence, if there is a universal boycott, very important, and the international observers see that, they go to Lagos, people didn't show up, they go to Ibadan, they go to Uyo, they go to the East, and the elections were only maybe taking place in the North, then of course, it's obvious that whoever is announced as the president or as representing his or her people is legitimate. That's all. But the key thing is that it has to be universal throughout the southern states, and of course, a significant part of the Middle Belt. That is key. Once that is the issue, that the elections were widely boycotted, then of course there is no legitimacy. And then maybe if we stay together, if they're ready to talk with new constitution, then of course maybe that can bring forth discussion among the ethnic nationalities. That could be part of it.
Okay.
If I may just chip in a little bit here, I want to bring something to the attention of Professor Aqua. And Kogun Adeniyi may also try to at least remind me of some of the things. Now I'm going to ask a question. Who is the INEC chairman? Now.
Okay.
Okay, you remember the INEC chairman?
Yeah,
Where is he from?
I could respond. Can I respond?
Where is he from? Where is he from?
Fulani man.
Good. The one before, where was that one from at that time? Jega. Now, let me tell you, since the First Republic, when they want to do the electoral commissioner or whatever, the INEC, they used to pick from the minority area. In the 60s, there was a guy called Isua, I don't know the correct. Then Mr. Esua, there was what is the name of this guy? Everybody, I used to laugh at that. Look, they make the minority have become our umpire. Now, it was a guy, Jonathan was the one that picked, because during the time Jonathan was there, you see, this is what I'm saying. They use us. They use, they give the most ineffective person, the weakling among us, then they empower him and take him there, and then they whisper to him in the background. The beneficiaries of Jonathan's administration were largely Northerners, except the few people from the East and this and that he was empowering with individual contracts and they were stealing money. But he did more to the Northern. He was the one that brought Jega. He didn't pick a Yoruba person. He didn't pick anybody. He picked just to plaque it. Now, since we are now realized, this guy now realized that, oh, heaven will not fall if I make another Fulani this and they are packing everywhere, so that officially, they will get what they want. If you look at during the election, across the border, you will see children of about 5-6 years old, they distribute voting cards to them and line them up. In my area, you have to be on the line for what they call accreditation, where you take your ID, they look at you whether your name is there, they look at your fingerprint. Then they ask you to, that accreditation was the first thing to be done. Then you come back again to vote. In the North, it's not like that. You see the person distributing, voters card physically to underage children to go and vote. And you say you are in the same country. These are the reasons that our kids or our younger ones are saying, look, to help with this, look, if you have a car in the North, in Sokoto, you can drive a car from when it's bought new for the next decade without even registering it. Nobody is going to stop.
License.
If you are taking a car from the port in Lagos, before you get to your house, you will have paid police more than 20 times. These are the kind, we are daily living like slaves in our own land. And some people will now say, oh, well, look, we have to be very careful. We have to use our brain. The people holding AK-47, what were they using? Their butt? They were using their brains. Don't let anybody tell me that if somebody is killing us, coming in the middle of the night, I'm going to use my brain to do what? The brain that God gives me says, look for something to counter. So, all these people in Yoruba land that are telling you, well, we will be softly, gently. They are setting you up to be killed. The state government in the North, they will rent trailers, They will pack their able-bodied men there. They don't have more than the clothes on their back. They will have guns and ammunition stored away. They will get to Chagamu and just let them loose. What do you think they're doing that for? And you say, oh, it's one Nigeria. Now, somebody wants to give people in the south, they want to give Fulanis in the south places to rear their cow. Have they given us some places in the north, to farm? No, nobody is talking about that. You say, oh, unless we can continue when Awolowo left, or Awolowo used his brain to all the way to Akwa Ibom, where that's where Professor Akwa was able to go to school. Who cares anymore? We are saying that we are facing as existential, the future. We need to fight for our future. And at that point, I don't want to listen to all these sermons of how many angels that Awolowo was able to take over the cliff, after leaving office. No, that's no longer the issue. We know it can be done by our people. Awolowo was a product of our environment. He was not the only genius in Yoruba land. And we know that given the chance, having the same opportunity, there are thousands and thousands of Awolowo in Yoruba land who could have done better and continue the good work he did. We are not fixated on him. So what we are saying today, it's not about, these are all things that we want our people to keep thinking about. I don't want to sit behind a 94-year-old man. May God prolong his life. He can't live another 94 years. He can't even live another 30 years any longer. To say that, well, whatever he says we shouldn't. He himself even told the young man that I'm 94 years old. If you have a better way, go and do it. Why are we even wasting our time then? Let the people, like I said, what we are doing now is to bring all these issues out to our people. Let them, they have brains. Let them hear what we are saying. Organization begins, like we say, is going on. All of these other organizations you see scattered all around the world, there will be a time where we did that during the somebody said, but it was possible during the June 12 issue. Yeah, some of us who were left in there were there to the end. But we will never make the same mistake that we made. We will never let the political class in Nigeria dictate to us the time or the terminal end of the crisis that we are going to precipitate. We will be there.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to take more questions before we listen to this.
If you don't mind, Haja, can I quickly respond to Dikbo Akinshiku very quickly?
Okay.
About the election. Okay, I run a movement, and we actually discuss these issues. The thing with boycotting election, it's a great thing. But remember, you have to think of what happens if you actually boycott this election. You also want to work on your own agenda, not agenda created by these people. The agenda is election. So what you're doing now, you're putting yourself in the middle of the agenda and say, let me stop the election. How about you even stop the election, which I know is not going to happen, because all South will boycott, all North will not. The North, during the NSAS, I remember making a lot of phone calls to Nigeria. The North was not interested in it. The North are very, they act together these days. Now, if you boycott the election, the federal government will say, well, you boycott the election, we have a right to declare a state of emergency. And Buhari continues. My question then is, don't just boycott the election and stop there. Say to yourself, we boycott the elections, there is no election, Buhari declares a state of emergency, what do we do? You have to do both. You have to remember, it's not as simple as saying, let's just boycott the election. In fact, Malami has written a memo, which was actually published, where there was a time they were very scared of what was happening in the Southeast. In that memo, he implied if there was instability, and that they are not allowed to organize elections there, they will declare state of emergency nationally. There were people that I know who advised privately, don't do it yet. Wait till around 2023 to declare the state of emergency. So to me, do both.
You know,
if you're going to make a move, look at the counter move. And after that, you have to be able to say to yourself, they boycott election. I mean, we boycott election. They declare federal state of emergency so that Buhari will continue ruling. We start guerrilla.
That would have been the most perfect.
And we start guerrilla war. Not just say we boycott. Ninas.
That would have been the most perfect. Listen to me, Dr.
Ninas, to tell me how many gorillas they have in Uyo first.
Don't worry.
Gorillas in the
So, but what happened?
For me, this movement is not about somebody's agenda about the elections. I don't
Lie.
I want Akwa Ibom to live tomorrow.
Lie.
When I wake up every morning, look at me. This is Igbo People Republic. Look behind my house, our flag. I want to live tomorrow. My timetable is not the election. If I can live before the election, that's fine. But I also think in my head, if these people use an excuse to declare a state of emergency, you have the gorillas. I'm not saying you don't.
Don't listen. If you don't have the gorilla at that time,
you
will start having.
So are you saying now, if a state of emergency is declared because southern states and a significant part of Middle Belt boycotted the election, and then Buhari states, and then you would think he is legitimately elected?
Oh no! Oh no! Buhari has.
And then.
Excuse me, Dick, but Buhari has done a coup before. Buhari does not care about legitimacy. Let us be very careful.
Listen to me.
Wanting to be legitimate. He killed, you know how many people died in 2011 for him to become president? That man is not sitting there worrying like you. He was able to slide in. For the slightest...
Listen, that's because...
I'm not saying we should back it. All I'm saying is, please plant the gorillas. Don't talk verbally. Let us organize gorillas today.
If I'm planning, if I'm talking gorilla, I'm not going to tell you over the air. But this is what this scenario that you painted about Buhari staying there in perpetuity would have been the best. I would have loved that because we know where the enemy is. Nothing will actually unite us much more than that. What I fear, this is my fear. What I fear is this. They will whisper to a weakling in Yoruba land and crown him the president. And then the status quo will remain. And then people will say, after all, is our son there. And you will still be in slavery. That is the only fear that I have. And I'm telling you that you get that weakling there, we are not going to relent anyway. Well, it will be as an enemy, just like Buhari is an enemy. Well, however, some people may say, well, is our kinsman. Just like they did with Obama. You understand? They may try that again, which we all know. That is the scenario that will actually slow down. Not that it's going to stop anything, but it's going to slow the movement. However, the other thing that Buhari can declare, let him try it. Abacha was there. Whatever it is that would have been the path. Look, at the time, let me tell you that from the onset, at the time it was Abacha that was there using this so-called emergency power, military rule. We were united from the beginning against him. Now, we need to convince some people who are taking crumbs from the table of all these people. That is why we having about a year or two talking about information, educating our people. You are here today, our people are listening to your own perspective. They are listening to what I am saying because you are not limited to the Zoom. This thing goes to so many places. So it is part of the education of the people. And when they listen, I know Yoruba people, I know, we are not that, they will think, we always think, we think about the other side. And I am telling you that whatever problem that they are having today has a correlation with the kind of politics that the British handed down to us by giving us, piecemeal to the Fulanis. We've been shy from saying that these are the things that the Yoruba will stay in their homes to whisper before. You will say, no, but now it's coming to the open. And what we're trying to do is to make sure that at least majority of our people are on board. They know they are no longer whispering. They know it. And after then, that is the time to make the move. So don't worry about it. Look, I don't even care about the timetable. Because how do you now, let me ask you, how do you go to somebody who is yet to have a meal today and say, when a politician brings 1,000 naira to you, don't take it? You can say that. We can always say, when you hold, just sustain yourself. Last week we had some youth here. When somebody was it last week or the week before? When somebody was saying, oh, when we go out, they can kill, they can do. You don't even have to go out. If you use technology to tell yourself to stay home, and majority of the people stay home, they're not going to enter your house to drag you out. That is the most visible form of protest. We are not saying go and face the gun, without anything in your hand. Look, the dictates. What I'm saying is that our reaction will be dictated by what these people bring on the table. We can live peacefully. We can let Ibom people. You are only 7 million people. You are not even up to the population of people from Ijare.
An election is supposed to take place.
But I give you the right. I give you the right to form your own nation. I mean, I will concede that with you. You don't want to be, because I see that every time I talk, you listen to me with the corner of your eyes. You are already suspecting me as it is.
Did you watch the Olympics? Half of the countries that have people less than 4 million will be one of the biggest.
Yeah, I know. I just pulling your legs, Dr. Aqua. I respect that.
Okay, can we take more questions, please? People are still raising up. Okay.
Akagu is trying to say something.
Yes, I think Okogu wanted to say something.
Okay, Akagu, yes. You are on, sir.
Well, I don't know. I think to be honest, I endorse everything that Bayiloga has said. I endorse every word he has said. The thing is that we tend to over-exaggerate the so-called Sharia norm. There's no. Yeah. I will invite this audience to go and Google North. Which North? North. Which North? North, which North? Or the North, which North? I wrote it about 3 or 4 years ago. There's no North. There's no North at all. I'm talking about North. Are you talking about Taraba people that are being killed every day? Are you talking about Katsina people who has to pay ransom or to pay this? Are you talking about Big Kebi? Are you talking about Sokoto where the Sultan is crying and shouting that his people are being killed? I mean, look at 43 people killed in the market 3 days ago. Are you talking about Benue? Is Benue part of the North? Is Kogi part of the North? Is Kwarap in the North? Is Niger State in the North? There's no North. We just have a crop of maybe some 30, 40 people. Mm-hmm. Not every Fulani supports what the madness that is going on in that area. What we have is the conspiracy of the British and some overambitious individuals from the so-called Sharia North. And you have people who will do anything to please Buhari because Buhari is protecting their dirt. Buhari is protecting their greed. Buhari is protecting their corruption. And that's why they will do whatever Buhari wants them to do. Burutai is not a Fulani. Burutai is from Biu, a minority Kanuri man. But if there's no Buhari, there's no way he would not have gone to jail, given the amount of wealth stored in Dubai. And we have people like that, or a Sharia Malami who is more or less an illiterate, occupying the position that he does not deserve. But this the kind of situation they are in, because they have a place they call Nigeria. That's why they are doing all this nonsense, and it's being tolerated. So if we first let our people know that there's something called North, that's not North. And I told them that even when they're talking about Islam, there are more Muslims in the world than in Sokoto. Anybody who is in doubt, let them allow free census to be done.
Yeah,
there are more Muslims in Gbode than you have in Sokoto.
They wouldn't.
The only place, the so-called North, where you have large population of North will be something like a Bida. Bida has a huge population of Muslims. Bida is in the North Central, it's in Niger State. So we don't have, where do you have, when they say they are important, they are Eleha, that's why they have 50 children. They don't have any 50 children anywhere. Yeah. I was a population commissioner in 1970, 1988. And our first board meeting, they decided the kind of result that we're going to give at the end of the census exercise. At our first meeting, the percentage will be given to Christians, percentage to Muslims, percentage to the South, percentage to this and that. At our first meeting in 1988, I was in charge of Benue, Bauchi, and Gongola. Those are the three states under me. Bauchi is now two states. Gongola is now 2 states. It's only Benue that has remained what it was at that time. So I can talk authoritatively about the population of this country. We enumerated buildings in Ibadan. We had 1.1 million. That was the number of buildings. And then they came out with the population and they said Ibadan was 900 and something thousand, less than 1 million. Buildings alone, 1.1 million. The population recorded for Ibadan in 1992 or thereabout was less than 1 million. Whereas an average house in Ibadan will accommodate not less than 10 people. And then you now say the population is less than 1 million, where you have buildings 1.1 million. So that kind of shenanigans we have been living with. What will be done is, I don't think that will be, it's not a question of boycotting election. If we go with the strategies that we are working on, there will be no election. There's no reason why anybody boycotting. There will be no election.
Well, it's all well and good.
Because we are going to let all these silly politicians who are working on their heads to know that they are just being silly. They are killing your people every day. You still want to say you want to do election? You want to have an Ogun State governor or a Taraba governor when you cannot pay salaries, when the country is servicing debt with about 97% of the revenue being accruing to the country. So you just want to continue this poverty. So we need to educate the people. We talk to them, and there are ways of reaching them that they themselves will know. All these people going about Gbode and Babangida, we will let them see between now and December and January, February, that there's no point going into the so-called election. Or see the ordinary primaries they are doing for even to elect their leaders in their parties, they are killing people already.
Okay,
People who will be chairman of PDP, who will be chairman at Ibadan level, who will be chairman of APC in Akwa Ibom, they are already killing themselves. So these foolish politicians are the first to be educated, and we are doing it. So other strategies that to be deployed cannot be discussed on television, cannot be discussed anywhere. Yeah. But people should be rest assured that Nigerians are not fools, and nationalities are not fools. And Ayiloge said. Since that were being said in whispers some 30 years ago, and now said openly, they're now said in open place, in the marketplace. People are talking about coups, people are talking about everything freely now. You won't talk about coups before. People talk about coups, people talk about anything. Because everybody we know what is going on.
Yeah.
This is the most corrupt government we've ever had since 1914. The most corrupt government we ever had. The most corrupt, the worst of the worst we've ever had.
Akogun, what is your view? I just want to contribute just a quick question.
Not Akogun.
What is the it's just a quick follow-up to what Shivadeni just said.
Okay, what I want to try to do is to bring somebody to ask a question, and then with yours, maybe Alagba Toladeni, you will be able to answer those two questions. So if you can make your question quick, then I will call Mr. John Ujuola before he answers.
Yeah, I just want him to reflect on the proposed Anambra election coming up on November 6th. The government has deployed military in the streets, and they have said that the election will take place by all means. And even though there were barely any noticeable campaign that was going on or that is going on there, what's your reflection? And also, Professor Akwa, if you can just contribute to that.
Okay. Okay, hold on, sir. I'm going to Mr. John Ujuola, do you have a question? We are taking questions. No commentary, no, you know. We are trying to speak English because there are many non-Yoruba speakers here.
Aqua speak Yoruba now.
Well, that is what they want, sir. I really appreciate all of you, from all the babas, all mamas that is on the platform. And we have been enjoying what you have been saying, and we have been educated. We are really appreciate all of you. Now,
what's your question,
that I want to ask is, we know that the genesis of this agitation started from somebody. Even though all our fathers have been doing it, but what makes it to be exposition now was originated from Igboho, going here and there to campaign to set his people free. With the elites in Nigeria, the statesmen in Yoruba land, and all the elders in Yoruba land, this individual now has been castrated in Benin Republic. And my question is that, what are the people in this platform and back home in Yoruba land, what are they doing to see that this individual are not killed in a secret way in Benin Republic? That's my question.
Okay, so we are going to match that with the question that Akin Shiku asked about the election. All right. So, and then we're going to, okay, it's on the floor. Akoguntola, do you want to go first, or do you want?
Well, just answer briefly, but there's one thing I wanted to clear with you. The code you gave me, 894-696-66018. If you click that code, what you find there is Fulani Paspire. How did my name become Fulani Paspire?
That was the title of one.
That was, I don't know how it got there.
That was the title of one of
the program that we did. It's not you, sir.
I was wondering, I said, when did that become Fulani Paspire?
I'm sorry, but I saw it too, but I just glossed over it that nobody in his right sense will copy that.
It has been like that for a while.
Wanted to fight.
It's too close. It's too close.
Okay.
I think those who are saying there will be no elections there know what they are doing, and I'm sure they are up to the task. And we can only wait and see. November 6th is next week. We shall see what will happen. I won't be able to make in-depth comment, but I can assure you that those who say there will be no election know what they are doing, know what they are saying, and know what they are planning.
Okay, thank you. Professor Akwa.
Yes, so Mr. Kinshikwa, I think I know a couple of things about that election. In fact, I actually have a schoolmate who is running in that election. The thing is this. In Anambra State, the most powerful political force in Anambra State is IPOB. If IPOB says there'll be no election in Anambra, there'll be no election. I am 100% sure of this. But what happened was IPOB did not say anything. Just IPOB saying nothing. No gubernatorial candidate, not Uba, not any of these people, not Sholudo, not any of them had the guts to go into Anambra State and campaign. You may be interested to know that campaigns there only happened recently. Do you realize that the campaigns were going on in Alabama market?
No, it was going on in Lagos also.
They were scared to be killed. Can you imagine election in Uyo, somebody's doing a campaign in Uyo?
That's what, yeah.
What's going on. So I kind of wanted to get that straight. But let me tell you the development now. None of the gubernatorial candidates could go near Anambra. So what they did, because they would be killed at the airport, what they then did was they went and begged this guy, Senator Enyinaya Abaribe. As you know, Abaribe is the one person who has stood in the well of Nigerian Senate and supported Biafra. Abaribe and Nnamdi Kanu. Abaribe was the first lawyer, the first people who hired lawyers to go and rescue Nnamdi Kanu the first time around, when he was actually arrested after or during Operation Python Dance. Enyinaya Abaribe. I'm sure you don't know him. Anybody who does not know him should Google his name. What they then did was, they went to seize his house in London, EFCC. You know, in Nigeria now, if you say something different from what the Fulani-led government wants, EFCC will rain upon you. And they investigated him, they blocked him, he has a lot of investigation. But Abaribe is still the strongest person. Abaribe has been invited to Congress. A lot of people don't realize this. Abaribe is the only person who can really speak. So what they did was they went and begged Abaribe. And from my understanding, Abaribe consulted with Nnamdi Kanu, who has been kidnapped, is under hostage by Fulani people in Abuja. So Abaribe consulted Nnamdi Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu said, well, as a matter of policy, IPOB is not boycotting this election. He took permission from Nnamdi Kanu. And Nnamdi Kanu, so he said, so I can go to, the man said, go to anywhere you want. All the gubernatorial candidates lined up behind Abaribe. They flew in the same plane because they could not get in there himself. When Abaribe arrived recently, Abaribe was mobbed and people were kind of angry with Abaribe. But Abaribe addressed a press conference and said, look, IPOB is not asking for any boycott. So the question then to be asked, who is boycotting this election? Well, there are other non-IPOB Biafran groups that exist. Those groups, I know, for example, you have the Peninsula IPOB, which is very, very close by Akwa Ibom, which is right by Bakassi. So let people get this clear in their heads. There are other smaller groups. Those are the groups actually calling for the boycott, because we will not be having this discussion. If Nnamdi Kanu says there's no election in Anambra, it ain't happening. So those groups, however, want to boycott. So those groups have made it interesting. I remember hoping in my mind that IPOB should boycott that election. I wanted that to happen myself, but that's not what is going on. IPOB is officially, in fact, that guy in Finland, what is that his name? That guy, the head of IPOB now who lives in Helsinki. Something Power is his name. That guy has
Emmanuel Power.
What is his name?
Emmanuel Powers or
Emmanuel Power, right? That's a guy who had won awards for Nigeria in athletics. Buhari has never won anything for Nigeria. He's only done. But that guy is running. He has actually contributed. That's why when I talk in Nigeria sometimes, people say all kinds, and I'm like, what have you ever done in Nigeria in your life? Have you noticed these people have never ever done anything for the Nigeria they claim they love? Nothing. All they do, pack the money in New York, pack their children in schools in New York, and then they talk about love. But anyway, that guy has issued a statement. In his statement, he says that IPOB is not boycotting. So the situation there is a little bit complicated. However, Power, the head of President IPOB, said that unless Nnamdi Kanu is not released, until they release Nnamdi Kanu, he has ordered people then not to go out. So I think that complicates this. I think up until November 8th, if I'm not mistaken. So number one, I'm not boycotting the election. Number two, if I see you outside, don't be surprised I could shoot at you. So that's all I have to contribute to that. So, but if the opinion is, should it be done? Yes. I would have preferred if IPOB had boycotted, let us shut that place down and watch what will happen. I would have loved to see that. And have you noticed? I'm saying that because unlike a lot of the movements in Nigeria, Nnamdi Kanu has the muscles. ESN has the muscles to respond. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'm going to take, okay, Baba Adeboye.
Eshum. I want to back up a point and then back away from it. In 1964, in Western Nigeria, we boycotted the federal elections. The instrument of power was still able to announce results anyway, and the results that were announced in 1964 became official regardless of the boycott, regardless of the fact that 90% or more of the people did not go to the ballot. And even the ballot counting reflected that. In other words, where you say 10 people voted, where 200 used to vote, you know that there was an effective boycott, but the result was still considered official. So unless you have an instrumentation that will block the outcome of an election that was boycotted, that result will become official and it will continue to underscore the legitimacy, quote unquote, of the Nigerian Constitution. So I'm happy to hear that there will be no election, rather than there will be an election that is boycotted, that there will be no election. That would be more like what we need. Dr. Aqua, what you said last underscores the fact that at the end of the day, the man with the gun is the majority. So all of our discussions here are aimed at letting more and more and more people know what it is we are against, what it is that we should be against, what it is that we should be fighting for. It is when they know that they will then aggregate what is needed to protect themselves. It is foolish to think that all these ideas will just materialize on their own when you have federal forces, ammunition, soldiers, and SSS, DSS, and what have you, piled up against the people. It must be that the people themselves, whether they announce it or not, are able to protect themselves. It may not be obvious to us now, certainly not obvious to me, but certainly if we are able to frustrate elections so that the election didn't take place rather than that it was boycotted, then we're on the right path. Thank you.
I just want to ask a quick question. In 1964, with the election that you referenced, were there international monitors?
Well, there were international monitors in 1979, and there was rigging in 1964.
No, I'm talking of 1964 that you referenced.
Oh, 1964, I don't remember international, I don't remember any international monitors. But I remember that without the international monitors, it's not rigging. Rigging took place in 1965. There was no rigging in 1964. They just counted the ballots. I was a counting agent in 1964. And the number of votes that they counted for my constituency, for the Action Group and for the NNDP were correct. Action Group people didn't go to vote. NNDP who went to vote, there were not that many of them. So NNDP will have 20 votes in his ballot. Action Group will have 10. That's all the NNDP that were voting. Only 10 Action Group were voting in a country where everybody was all Action Group. But the NNDP won 20 to 10 was considered a majority. There was no rigging. It was in 1965, October 11, that we had a rigging in Western Region.
Okay, so
all right, thank you.
Can I have a perspective to that, please?
Yes.
Okay, on this election boycott or not making it happen, we are playing on words. You see, the situation in 1964 is not the same thing now.
Of course not.
It's quite different. We are talking of having a nation, and more of our people are coming on our side. Even if they count the 3 ballots and declare that person will be a minority. It reminds me of Omobori Owo's this thing. Omobori Owo ran to Lagos through the bush. He didn't even comb his hair. If he had known, he would have combed his hair and, freshen up. But he came to the TV in Lagos to say, you see, I won the election. And I had to run through the bush. I want reporter, if you are the majority and you won the election, why will you run through the bush? You mean that the minority are chasing you, the majority from there? That was a question. You see, I don't want us to keep overthinking some of these things. What we need to do is and I keep emphasizing it, as more and more, and the current situation in the country is actually fueling our number. Explain to those that really think will understand the needs to separate, the need to go our own way and put our destiny in our hand. Even if they, let me see the most reactionary person, if they put Fani Kayode as the governor of your state, Fani Kayode himself will know that once you leave the government house, you are at risk. Look, there is something about, when I was commissioner, I would leave office, let the official car drop me in my house. By 5 o'clock, I would tell them at the police audience, go your way. And they say, oh God, you sure? Yeah. I was living in this house before I was commissioner. It doesn't matter. And I would drive myself to anywhere. That was how confident. Now, it will be if majority of the people on my street are hostile to an election that I claim to win. Do you think I'll be, even to stay in that house, I will need a battalion to protect me? Now, does it mean that once you hand over to a renegade like the Fani Kayode, everything now will be normal? No, it's not going to be normal. People will start, look, it's not, I don't want us to overthink some of these things. Let the people make it impossible for them to go to the poll. Of course, they have the instrument. Let them declare it. 1994, the West was in opposition. The Action Group was in opposition. There was a cooperating party. The premier of the Western region was with them. And the party actually split into 2. So there was an enabling environment for such a thing. And never mind, this same 1964 election was the thing the politicians used to bring us to the table in 1999. And they said, you want the same thing to repeat itself. And then we seem to overthink some of this. And the time is different now.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me. Yes, Baba. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying 1964 is 2023. I would be foolish to say that. I'm saying that those who do not learn the lessons of the past are doomed to repeat it. I'm more comfortable with knowing that there will be no election than I am with the notion that the election will be boycotted because the man with the gun is the majority. I don't care how many kinds of feelings we have. There are very many senators in Nigeria who don't go back home to the people that they're supposed to be representing. They are permanently in Abuja. Let's not lie to ourselves. There are governors who cannot move 10 feet outside of the government mansion. Let's not lie to ourselves about that. There are, I'm from a constituency. There are people in the Nigerian House of Representatives representing my people who have never seen when I go home. So they have methodologies of accommodating the fact that people don't like this. The point is, I'm happy to find that they have not been elected because there was no election, than I am to find them as named representative of the people who will never show up, to be disrespected or attacked or anything like that. Those are all real possibilities and they've happened before. It's not like I'm making it up. And they're happening now. Probably Dr. Akwa will be able to name one or two people from Akwa Ibom who never go back to Uyo or any part of Akwa Ibom until the next election.
Dr. Akwa is in New York like you.
No, but I can answer that. I do like myself.
I can answer that.
Okay.
I am in New York, but as Nigerians say, I'm more on ground. That's the issue. But this is my answer to that. Yes, I know for a fact that senators and federal house members from states like Zamfara stay in Abuja. How do I know this? I've met some of them there. They live in Abuja. But Akwa Ibom, because we are all exchanging information here, Akwa Ibom is a little bit different. Akwa Ibom legislators and our senators, I'm not going to speak on their behalf, and I'm not going to be overextend myself here. Publicly, they will deny they support Ibom People's Republic. I can tell you that. I can promise you that they come home. If they oppose Ibom People's Republic, that's when it will be hard for them to come home. Our people, for the most part, I was shocked to find this out. They're like, Professor, we like what you're doing, but we cannot say anything. As a matter of fact, they'll go into detail about what they really like. So they have no problem. They come home, they actually come home and they don't feel fear. I don't know whether you noticed, very, very few Akwa Ibom politicians, unlike some parts of the country, including people who hold top federal positions, they don't speak against us. They keep quiet. And I think because if they say a word, Buhari will arrest their wives and go and collect brass from their daughters. But they're quiet. They're quiet, they speak to us. I have spoken to at least 90% of people who hold power so I don't want us to compare states. Our people are fine. We almost indirectly want them to calm down. We will call them when they are ready.
Thank you. I'm going to take a few more questions because there's this video that I was planning to play, but there are many people asking questions. Mr. Waleoni.
Nobody answer my question.
Oh, yes, I'm coming to that. that question about Sunday Igboho is related to the video that I wanted to play. If it happens that we don't have enough time and I can't play, then we'll come back to your question directly. Alagba Wole Oni, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. My question.
Please unmute yourself, sir.
Oh, he's talking already.
We are going straight to question.
Yes, okay. Assuming that there's no election in 2023, aren't we going to have a time of chaos and anarchy on our hands? The Yorubas are not, we don't have a government in waiting or a leadership structure that can give us a government. Even in the Southeast, the Igbos themselves, not everybody agrees with IPOP. So assuming there's no election and the way it's going, it looks like there will not be any election. Aren't we heading for a period of turbulence in our land? Thank you, sir.
Okay, Akoguntala Adeniyi, do you want to answer that question?
Don't we have anarchy already? I mean, could there be worse anarchy than what we have already?
Yeah, but we're going to have, at least there's a government now, even though it's not a credible government.
What is there now?
We have a military government that decides itself as a civilian government. What we have in Nigeria is a military government, and the military government cannot even curtail this insurgency. The military government cannot stop ordinary banditry, talk less of terrorism. So what greater anarchy do you envisage will happen worse than what you have now?
So no. I agree with Yakogu on this. There is government on paper. You say there's government where there are areas ungovernable in the north. They're paying money. They're taking federal government money and handing over to terrorists, calling them bandits. Technically, the government in Nigeria is non-existent. I agree on paper they exist. I'm sure they wear all the kinds of gown and go to Senate and talk. But and there's anarchy today. The federal government has lost control of the security situation in Nigeria. I don't know what more we want. 350,000 people have died. I promise you, if tomorrow there's no election and there's some kind of instability, we will get our act together.
Of course.
You say that we don't have government. Let me tell you something. Igbo People's Republic, we will announce a cabinet overnight and take over Uyo if that happens.
Even right now, to follow up on that, there are many communities in the north whereby the citizens of those areas and those states are paying taxes to their so-called bandits. It's been reported widely and the government is not denying it. What's going to happen if in fact there is no election and there is chaos, as you alluded to, then of course maybe it's the time to say, okay, the whole area, both in the northeast and all the southern states and middle belt, say, well, this situation has gone under control. Maybe it's time we sit down and to talk about how, we're going to move on. Maybe, since no central government, we cannot maybe everybody go their own separate ways. Maybe that could be the outcome of that.
Okay. Alagba Akibu Abiola, Dr. Akibu Abiola, I know you've been raising up your hand for a long time. Dr. Abiola, what is your question? We are taking only questions, sir.
I don't have any question. I wanted to make a comment, so I will yield my time.
Okay, sir. Alagba Dr. Yewole Adeyemo, do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay. What is your question, sir? We are taking questions.
Yeah, this my question is based on personal experience. I just came back from Nigeria after about 5 weeks stay, and one of the things I was doing was to find out how much people know about the constitution that we are using right now. And to my surprise, many of those who are well educated in Nigeria don't even understand that the constitution is wrong. So how do we educate people about the constitution that Nigeria is running, which is totally faulty? It's a fraud. But our people don't know about it. this is my own worry personally. People will not fight against this constitution if they don't believe, they don't even understand that it is a fraud. And those people, holding the power today, they are holding onto this fraud. That's my question. How do we educate people about this? When they understand that this is a fraud, then they can say we are not going to take part in election. Thank you.
Okay. So, Baba Akogun Toladeni, please, sir, can you give us a response to that question?
Was there a time Nigerians knew the Constitution? I mean, those who are voting, the people selling Gari, voting in Oshobo, or voting in Ibarapa, or voting in
Ibadan,
voting in Enugu, or wherever. Do they know Constitution? Are they voting because of Constitution, or voting on Constitution? And I mean, we are going to start talking about Constitution, but they know when people kill people. They know about anarchy. They know about kidnapping. They know about all these things going on in Nigeria. And those are the things that determine whether they want to vote or they don't want to vote, whether they want to continue in slavery or they want to be free. So question of Constitution, I think, is just political sophistry. And I don't think
that's true.
We'll be talking about Constitution. To be honest with you, I've never read the Constitution. I don't even know Nigerian anthem. I don't know Nigerian anthem. I can't recite it. I don't know it. But I know that the so-called Constitution, Quran is mentioned maybe about 50 times. Islam is mentioned about 200 and something times. And I think Christianity is mentioned only once or twice in the entire document. That I can tell you.
As a matter of fact, I was hoping Mr. Oyewole would tell us that 5 weeks in his village, he was teaching them what was wrong with the Constitution. The people at the Jare understand the faulty. We operate a faulty Constitution because I talk all the time. You went. Those 5 weeks could have been better spent on the need for Yorubas to have a country of our own where we can put everything right.
Exactly.
So, if I rejoin that quickly, the question, my worry is that those who.
Okay.
All right.
Unmute yourself, sir.
Even Zoom doesn't want you to talk anymore.
Sorry.
Okay, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, my worry was about the learned people. I live in Ibadan and did a lot of business in Lagos and interacted with a lot of people who are educated. But they just feel comfortable with where they are now and they don't worry about the constitution that is being used to run Nigeria. And that's why I say we have to, the people in the market, they don't care. It's what you tell them. If I go to my village and tell them this is where we are going, they will follow me. They say this is where you vote, they follow.
Yeah.
But the people, those of us who understand are the ones who actually be able to teach them. And once we don't even understand the constitution, then we follow the people carrying the guns, to hold on to a faulty constitution. That's what I'm saying.
Dr. Adeyemo, there is something that Akeshiku told me, and it took me almost a month thinking about it. Akeshiku is still here. During conversation, we say, you see, Nigeria, once you are able to buy a Tokubo Toyota Corolla, maybe you have a little job and you buy Tokubo Toyota Corolla, you think you are part of the elite. And so all these things about constitution is this thing, they are just words to them until you the people that can actually be talked to are the downtrodden, those people who graduated 5 years ago and are roaming the streets. Talk to them that there is a correlation between their situation and the political chaos in the country. And the fact that, unless you do that, And I started looking at it. Once you are able to have some this thing, either you are doing what they call yao or something like that in Nigeria.
Yahoo.
Okay, I mean, I don't understand it, but people are good at that too.
Ah.
But once you have it,
Public forum, Baba, you know,
well, Ibadan Eforiji me. Once you have enough money to buy Tokumbo, you feel like you are part of the elite in Nigeria, and then you thumb your nose to some of these things going on. And that leads me to this question. Everybody says, oh, it's only those of you abroad. If I want to shut down and not talk about what's going on in Nigeria, nothing is going to happen to me. In fact, I will live more peacefully. But when you look at people who are suffering, whose futures have been destroyed, telling you it's only those of you abroad who are talking about this thing, it makes you wonder sometimes what kind of brains they have. Because Yoruba will say that I will try to translate it, Dr. Akwo. Antori Oja Oja is a dame, it's a beautiful woman, Dr. Akwo. We are fighting because of her. He now peered through the window and said, who are those fighting behind my house? This is somebody we are trying to rescue.
Who is disturbing me with
Who is disturbing the peace there? So when you look at the situation in the country, it gives you all kinds of contradictory emotions. But you need to be focused like a laser beam on what you're doing, because what you're doing is thankless in the first place. Secondly, as many people as possible you are able to bring to the fore to understand. You are not bringing them to you. You are making them to understand this is the situation. Okay. And once you do that, that is the takeoff period. That what we are doing now is just, I keep on telling people, we are at the information stage. Talk, I can go on treetop and talk, I can go down and talk, I can even invite me to Nigeria, I will go there and talk. It doesn't matter to me. If you want to arrest me, for what? For saying that my people should not be killed?
Okay, so there
is just a short addition to that. There is another category of people. Just let me finish. There's another category of people. Those elites who have houses and are collecting dollars as rent. There is no way you can convince them, because they are profiting from the chaos, they are benefiting from it, they are collecting dollars as rent, so they think any kind of change that will offset that is not to their best interest. And there is no amount of explanation you can provide for them regarding the Constitution that will change their mind.
Okay, Mr. Chris Udo, you are on for your question.
Thank you very much. And I must thank everybody in this forum. I'm enjoying the talk, but there are certain things that keep on bothering my mind.
Thank you.
There are some incidences that have happened recently.
Okay, I'm going to mute everybody and then unmute again, please. Okay. Okay, sir. Mr. Chris Udo, please unmute yourself. Okay, good.
Okay, thank you very much. There are certain things that keep on running in my mind, and that is, how long can we endure? And how soon can we get a victory? Now, there is a critical thing maybe we are not looking at. The Fulani that I know, they have never acted in isolation. They have never acted alone. We have moles and people that are working with them. And those moles and people, they are closer to us. They are our brothers, they are our sisters. How do we deal with them so that we can get our victory sooner than necessary?
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Ofyong, how do we deal with them? The people around us that are making things impossible because of what they're eating. You know, when you eat, you can't talk, because if you talk, people will say you have no table manner. So those people who are not talking to preserve their table manner, what do we do to them? Or how do we deal with them? Unmute yourself, sir. Okay.
Yes, thank you. So for me, those people, I consider them, if you are eating and others are not eating, or you're eating other people's food, you are somebody without principles.
So how do we deal with them?
I have a little bit of experience with them. My opinion, if you ask my opinion at this point, is do not try to convince them. There's nothing to convince them about. What you need to do is to succeed in what you are doing in terms of the movement. My experience to them, the more the movement succeeds, the more they try to talk to you, maybe they can join and eat if you win later on. These are people without principles. So it's almost like saying you want to convert somebody to Christianity and is not interested. To talk to them, there's nothing to say to them. All you can do is to work very, very hard with the people. A revolution is not done by everybody. It's normally a few people. When you work hard, you'll be surprised. These people are not eating out of principle. They're eating out of greed. The greedy people who lack courage, who will just eat food anywhere they see it. So for me, it makes me work harder. When I have people from Akwa Ibom that I can tell are enjoying the system, let us also be very careful. There is a way you eat and it becomes dangerous to your neighbor. For example, if you eat and your neighbor will die because you have eaten, I will personally call out that person. I can give you a classic example. And you've noticed, of course, some names. And I've also pointed out to you that 90-something% of Akwa Ibom leaders are with us. There is a guy called Senator Itaina who kisses Buhari's behind every single day on Akwa Ibom radio. Every day. He pays to be on radio and he spends time defending Buhari, whereas people in Akwa Ibom stand undefended. This was the guy who brought the nuclear company to Akwa Ibom. When he brought it to Akwa Ibom, he took it to Itu. Think about this. Itu is his town. He took it to Itu. People died in Itu. Everybody knows about Chernobyl. This man took it to Itu. That is somebody who is eating, who should be stopped. So somebody like me will call them out. If you eat like that, people die because of that. Senator Itaina is my schoolmate in University of Calabar. I feel he's a despicable individual. I feel he's a very, someone who hates other people. How can you, because of food, bring a nuclear weapon to kill your own people? So to me, there's some I can't stand. For the most part, if you are just eating because you are a weakling, to defend whatever you need food to give to your family, and you're just a bad person, I leave you alone. My job, that's not, as Nigerians will say, that's not my ministry, right? My job is to strengthen our movement, make it more successful. Those same people you see eating, they will join you. That's my response to Chris.
Thank you. I don't want us to, unless Baba Tola Adeniyi have something to add to that. If not, I'll just. Okay.
He's muted.
Okay. Yeah.
He's muted.
Yeah.
Chief Adeniyi is muted.
Okay. Okay, sir. Do you want to add anything?
I don't think I have anything to add. I think we're doing good.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Dr. Pat Akimbola, your hand is up. Please ask your question.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everything that has transpired here this evening and all of those that have contributed. I have a question I placed on the chat, which I was hoping would get a readout. And this is a question that I think is fundamental.
I'm trying to pull your question.
That's all right. Let me go ahead and just
let me
verbalize it. Now it finally comes down to how do we address the problem ahead of us? And the problem is formidable because most of those that are on this, that are attending this Zoom meeting probably feel frustrated at the enormity of the challenge ahead. And it comes down to building what I feel is some kind of multi-ethnic or diverse coalition, which is formidable enough to be able to overcome the status quo, a status quo that is already very deeply steeped in many very evil acts, very unethical acts, and the kinds of things that many of us here would rather not engage in. And so my question now to our guests and the Gbode men of wisdom, if we could also have the opinion, how do we translate this dialogue into a more formidable entity or force that can give hope to some of us who believe that the status quo must change? Somebody on the chat earlier, for instance, had expressed some sense of frustration that we've just had this talk, and that they felt that it's time for action. And I had rebutted that point of view, saying that it's true there has been a lot of talk, but are we sure that we've had all the talk we need to be able to start moving in the direction we need? So I guess I was hoping that as part of what I would at least like to take away from a meeting like this, I would like our guests to let us know some of their own thinking with regard to whether or not there are some pathways.
So we are talking about what next, Dr. Akimbola, right?
Yes.
Where do we go from here? Okay. We are going to address that at the roundup, sir. If you don't mind.
Okay.
So there is this video that I had. I know a lot of us probably saw that video. And the reason why I'm bringing it out is because somebody actually asked a question about Sunday Igboho. So I would like us to listen briefly, just for about 2 minutes clip, to what Ooni of Ife said. And then we can make a comment and see why nothing has been done on Igboho. 1 second, please. Okay, I'm coming. This thing is slowing me down a little bit. Okay. Okay. 1 second, it's gone again. Okay. If we can't see the video, maybe we can hear the Shem Bami. Can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Bí òye ṣe yé wọn sí ni bí èmi ṣe máa ń sọ fún ìjọba ó yẹ kí ìjọba pè wọ́n sí ìjókòó nítorí pé ọbẹ̀ ò kì í mìkú àgbà.
Can you hear me? Can you hear what is going on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Èmi ò gbọ́ anyway. Can you make it louder?
Okay.
You need to give it volume.
Okay, that's what I'm doing now.
Okay.
Bó ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ fẹ́ gbà fún ẹ̀tọ́ ìran ẹ̀ ibi tó ti wà ní pé ìrẹ́jẹ pọ̀ ó dẹ̀ dìde torí àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn tó ti pa ní òkè ògùn ní gbogbo ibi tí ó ti wá èèyàn kan náà ló máa dìde ṣùgbọ́n àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè fún bí Ọlọ́run tiẹ̀ ti lọ́ra ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ ó gbìyànjú ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kó sí lórí lọ́tún lósì nítorí pé mọ̀jàmọ̀sá ó ní ìyè akíkanjú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ènìyàn máa jó lọ mọ̀ owó ẹ̀yìn ẹni o máa jó lọ owó ẹ̀yìn ẹni torí pé tó bá di pọ̀rọ̀ dídá ta ló máa rí ṣùgbọ́n tó o bá ti fi tọmọdé bo nǹkan mo ti lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ olórí orílẹ̀-èdè wa Muhammadu Buhari rí tí a ti tẹ pẹpẹ ọ̀rọ̀ yìí a lè gbà níyànjú pé ọmọ wa ní wọn ní ká gbà nímọ̀ràn pé kó dákẹ́ wọn kò gbọ́ àwọn èèyàn kó sí lórí ìbú ló bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí bú gbogbo wa bí mo ṣe kúrò lọ́dọ̀ ààrẹ tó ń gbà náà mo pe gbogbo àwọn àgbààgbà ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire mo lè gbà mọ̀ pé kó ní sùúrù o ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire máa jó lọ mọ̀ owó ẹ̀yẹn wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wọ́n ń sá oríṣiríṣi ọ̀rọ̀ ló sọ ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ wa náà ni Olódùmarè ló ní ìdáríjì lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run lọ́wọ́ àti dáríjì ká ló ti gbọ́rọ̀ sí wa lẹ́nu ni ọmọ ẹni kò kì í ṣèdí bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká fi ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ sídìí ọmọ ẹlòmíì àwa náà gbìyànjú pẹ̀lú ibi tó wà ṣùgbọ́n èèyàn kan ò jẹ́ àwádé ta ló máa ń bá ìjọba jà ọpọlọ ni ó fi máa gba ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ ìjọba kì í ṣe nípa ariwo ọpọlọ ni tí o bá lẹ̀ tí wọ́n ní ajá tó bá lẹ́ni lẹ́yìn dandan ló máa pa ọ̀bọ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tó ń gbà mọ̀ràn ti pọ̀ jù àwọn àgbààgbà ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire tó bá fi tí wọ́n ṣe kó yé bú àgbà mọ́ gbogbo ìgbà tí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ ọpọlọ ni ó yẹ kó fi ṣe.
So ẹ jẹ́ amúmọ ní ibẹ̀ yẹn so now let's comment. I'm sorry for those of us who don't understand Yoruba, but I can do a little bit of a translation. When people talk like that, I'm always very cautious about translating it because translation, you know, is a very, very delicate thing to do. Yeah. But I can say that I can translate this. This is my job. This is my job. I do this all the time, even for the government here too. So I'm really, you know, okay with the translation. For the benefit of people who didn't understand, Ooni of Ife talk about Majamasa, and in Yoruba, Majamasa means you have to play your game. That if you are like in the war front fighting, you also have to know how to hide or how to dodge so you don't get killed. That is, you have to play.
He who fights and run live to fight tomorrow.
Another day. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And then
another day.
Also, another meaning to Majamasa is like when you are doing things, you have to play politics. That's another meaning that we can give Majamasa. And then Ooni of Ife said, Ofiti Omodebo, that is, it does it like a kid, somebody who is not matured. That, you know, that is the second point. So he said he went to Buhari to talk about him. And then Buhari said, tell him to keep quiet. So I want us to look at those three things. Majamasa, fight and run. Immaturity. That is number 2. And then the third one, that they want him to keep quiet. So, elders, this is how we are going to look at it so we can answer Alagba John Ojuola's question.
Thank you very much, man.
This is something that I will like all of us to contribute and round up with this. And I think it's a good note to round up. Professor Ofiong.
Yes.
Do you want to give it a shot, sir?
Okay, so let me try. When I give my views, I am normally unapologetic because my supporters expect me to just speak the plain truth. In this case, though, I'll apologize at the beginning. The Oni is a very important person for the Yoruba people, so I will be careful in how I address this. But the Oni, from what I've seen, has gone into politics. And if you go into politics, people will feel free to speak their own opinion. The one who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. That rings in my ear because as a kid, I was also told to denounce my views so that I don't get expelled from the university. And I remember the registrar of University of Calabar, Mr. Ufodu, said to me, "Do you listen to reggae?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, my children listen to reggae. There's a song that Bob Marley sings that says, 'The man who fights and runs away lives to fight another day.'" Withdraw your opinions, apologize to the government, or else we will expel you. Obviously, I did not apologize to the government, and I was expelled from University of Calabar. But that thing is in my head. And I have seen it in my career as an academic. I have seen it. And I consider such people not honorable people. You cannot ask people who are fighting for ideas, a heartfelt idea, to lie about the ideas or try to be sneakish about it. If that's how you really felt for a tactical reason, I feel that what Dione said there was unfortunate. The issue of asking Igboho to keep quiet, I am shocked that Dione can come in that kind of conversation with a snake like Buhari. Buhari, a snake like Buhari. Buhari, first of all, organized a coup in Nigeria, ran the country, tossed the constitution to the sea, and took over the country. The same Buhari, in 2011, when he lost elections, a lot of people died in the north protesting. People died. Buhari did not keep quiet. When one of the Southwest governors, his name has escaped my head. Someone should please remind me. Buhari traveled to the Southwest to tell that governor to leave Fulanis alone. What is the name of that?
Governor Lamadeshina.
Lamadeshina, that's his name.
God bless you.
I did not see anybody tell Buhari to shut up. Because the people he's dealing with are people with manners. They're people with a culture that respects opinion. So for Buhari to tell the owner of Ife, to tell Sunday Igboho to shut up, I am sorry, that's BS. That is BS. I'm shocked that the Oni was even able to report that. That's something I think maybe the Oni would have tried to hide away. But the Oni is doing this because he feels, Buhari is the Hitler in town. So as long as you support Hitler, you can even abuse your own mother. I am extremely disappointed. That one statement. The rest, you can say, well, I'm not sure what Buhari said. No. This one said, tell him to shut up, which means I don't respect him. I don't respect the Southwest people he's fighting for. I respect nothing. And I was confused because when I first heard it, I said, is it? Because in Nigeria, people put you down because of education. I'm a professor and I found out that formal education is not necessarily test outsmart somebody. So I don't play with that. But for Buhari, I thought, is it because Igbo did not have a PhD? We don't even see Buhari's school set result. The man did not even finish school set. His classmates don't know him. So for that man, I feel offended. I'm sorry, Al-Haja, that we are going to end this session with me getting I'm sorry.
God bless you.
That's why you say, you know,
God bless you.
It's not all the time that we save the best for the last. Sometimes we have to save the.
Yoda for him the program tension. Yoda for him, mama.
Amen.
Okay, Alagba Akibu. Before, please, Dr. Akibu, give me a second. Akogun, do you want to make a comment? Baba Iloge, anybody from
if you call me, Akogun is your favorite speaker today.
We don't see.
You know,
all the time.
You know, I am as jealous as God, as Jehovah, God of the Jews.
You go ahead.
But you are the God of the Jared, not the God of the Jews.
All right. Look, I think I've been consistent enough here to tell you that in Yoruba land today is a class struggle. That's about 1% of the people who found themselves picking enough crumbs from the table. And unfortunately, they have impoverished the rest of the people. Having a PhD degree now or a master's degree doesn't guarantee that you are going to have a job, even in Yoruba land. One of our children came here and said all her peers, when they wake up every day, is how they are plotting their way to get out of the country. I think you still remember. A few people called me who saw this Yoruba Gbode and said it was sad that young lady would say that. I said, look, that's the reality. Now, the other thing is the politicization of chieftaincy and urbanship in Yoruba land. First of all, you are not likely to be a political leader if you are smart, if you know what you're doing, and you are people-oriented. You are no longer. If you can play a subservient role to somebody, you can shout at the gate, Babake from the listen. You can be a governor. You can be senator. It's no longer. It's your loyalty, personal loyalty to that person. The same thing has extended to our chieftaincy and traditional institutions. No wonder they've all lost respect. How are you going to say Mulabale? Anoni ordinarily will not even leave town for anything, but the current Oni goes all about the place, even to birthday party. He was at birthday party of Sanusi in Lagos. Tradition have been thrown on board. And now, what he's saying now doesn't even make sense at all. In the real sense of it. You are the custodian of our institution. You are the person that is supposed to be father of all, even regardless of your age. And you can have the effort now to come out to say, I spoke with Are and he said some people... Look, whatever your people want is what you should want. But I must say this also, like I've been saying. If the rank and file, that is the people, God so made it you are in the majority. Whenever the Yorubas are aggrieved to this point, first of all, they cleanse within themselves. It happened in 1965. That was when wet year started and the whole country went ablaze later. It's going to get to that. People are saying, oh, some people can't leave Abuja. Some people won't be able to stay in palaces in Yoruba land. some elected official won't be able to even venture out. Of course, they have enough money to come out, but they will meet the rest of us somewhere. Joseph Wires was slapped in London or one of those European countries. And a lot of other people. We are all many here. When you run from home, when there is no trouble, there is no succor for you abroad. Because the young boys are here that left the country through desert. You see, I don't want us to play any Oni is trying to even a score, which shouldn't even happen. If you are in such an exhausted office, you don't even a score with one of your supposed subject. Because Igboho said something you didn't like in the past, doesn't mean that now that it's in difficulty, if you had gone there or taken an effort to free him, that would have even enhanced your position with the people. But this he has done, you now have young boys insulting him. He has not elevated the office. As a matter of fact, he has brought the office to the lowest ebb in history. Some of us grew up knowing that this Oji Aderemi, that was the emir. I mean, that was the Oni that, you know, we've never had it to that extent. He was regarded by all. And you won't find him making frivolous comments on anybody. You see, this is why we need to have our own nation and be able to build all these institutions. The Yorubas, even in prehistoric period, Obas don't come out frivolously. They don't make comments frivolously. If you go against the wishes of the people, you can be asked to vacate. Oba is not, the position of Oba is not, it's never been absolute, even in those days in Yoruba land. Oba has been beheaded in Yoruba, in one of the Yoruba towns by aggrieved citizens. So there is nothing protecting you to tabani kabiyesi, tabani kabiyesi, aponleni. When you are doing good by the people, yes. If somebody wants to rubbish you, people are ready to die in defense of you. But when you are against the wishes of your people and you think you can gloat over the downfall or the temporary setback of one, it's not gonna endear you to the people. Now somebody said, what are we doing to get Igboho? You see, we are law-abiding people. If they say the court is, we are trying to figure out what is it that let me even tell you, I don't even know what they are charging him for. Somebody enter your country on the way out, you say he has come to disturb the peace. What peace? At the airport? There are so many things that I think the action, and I keep saying it here, what we need to do is not going to demonstrate in front of British embassy or anything. Let's direct our anger at the Benin embassies throughout the world. Send messages to them that what they are doing, we are watching. We are watching what they are doing. Some had said, oh, well, look, the court. Well, I've never seen a case where you arrest somebody at the airport. It's not one of your citizens. It's not in any charge. There is no extradition. The Buhari government knows that they don't have a case in extradition. They are not even asking for it. They want to illegally kidnap him. And just like they did the other guy. But if that happens, they are equally culpable. But this man was on his way to Germany.
Let me have a word with that, along with that.
Yes.
Basically, the Oni usually is acting true to form. Just about 1.5 weeks ago, he gathered a couple of obas in Yoruba and actually said that he wanted to form a union so that they can press their demand with the federal government and for them to be recognized as the fourth tier of the constitution. So he has never had any interest in Yoruba nation, and he is not really interested. And it is an insult and hubris to say that Igboho is immature. Igboho may actually be older than him.
Igboho is older than him.
Older than him. The only thing that he has above Igboho is that he is the Oni. That's all. That's all he can boast of. To come around and show this excessive hubris shows clearly that he himself has not actually matured into the position that has been thrust upon him. What Igboho did, he did not address what Igboho did for him to stop. He goes about telling people they were killing his people. He was trying to give information to these people, organize these people, inform them. That's all he did. And if I may add, in all the towns that he went to, there was never a single of violence. So what is he talking about? There was no violence.
At all.
So the Oba Oni is simply just acting true to form, just like his fellow. Just like he donated. He donated a couple of cows to some people. He may even own herd of cattle himself. So we never really did expect him to speak to Yoruba nation. They simply want to protect their interests. That's all. We should. That interview, if I may add, has also been responded to by a number of Yoruba youth who are bloggers.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Akogutola Deni, do you have a comment, sir?
None.
Why?
Dr. Abiola. Oh, Dr. Abiola then is going to be Baba Deboye. Baba Deboye, please forgive me.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Da.
Okay. Okay. I have one or two comments. The first one is reference to Afenifere issue that was discussed earlier. But before I go there, that was this past week. There were some meetings in Washington, D.C., organized by the International Committee on Nigeria. They had several meetings at the Capitol Hill. They met some people from the White House. But to my surprise, many organizations were represented, but none from Yoruba people. None. Inano was not there. YOP was not there. None of these so-called Yoruba organizations were represented. And these people met with a delegation from President Biden, from his national security. They met congressional leaders. It was from Monday through Thursday. And I believe I sent the program to you, madam. I don't know if you, okay. So I was surprised that a meetings of that caliber, that so many other organizations, the masses were there. Some people came for representing the South, but nobody, and I mean nobody, was there representing the Yoruba people. That takes me to my second issue about Afenifere. Now, we're saying the Afenifere are ineffective, inconsequential, but who do we have now? Okay, who do we have that can carry the mantle of leadership and to represent the Yoruba people. Because frankly speaking, none of these people, most of the people we have right now are a bunch of noise makers. Okay, they'll make a lot of noise. They're saying they're doing something that they are not doing, and they're just making propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I want to have a little comment to that.
Okay.
That's a very important comment, which if I can remember, whenever I hear Akim Abiola, I thought you belonged to an organization also, and something like that. If you are representing us, I probably would have thought that was an appropriate representation. But then, how we used to do it is that during the pro-democracy period, I was in the round table on Nigeria, just like they have it now. And what will happen is that meetings and all that notice will go out. How those people talking about government in exile in Yoruba land miss that such an important organization? I don't know. Because in those days, even in the days of faxes and all that, every meeting on the round table will come in either to my phone. I mean, not my phone. Phone was not, around to this extent. Then it will come on the fax. And we'll know there is something going on. I will be represented. We were the one telling our people in Nahoro, Shoyinka and others, like something going on in there, go and represent them. How they have a roundtable. I didn't even know there is a roundtable on Nigeria now. That if I had known that, we would have made an effort to at least to be part of it. But I thought with all these other organizations, people saying demonstration for Nigeria, all this, that the young ones will be the ones to be in that. There are so many of them around Washington, D.C. and all that. And I think it's something we have to look into and be part of it. And this leads me to this government in exile thing. There was these people who were asking to be included, the Yoruba group to be included in the suits. I mean, the suits that they filed in Nigeria about Igbos being allowed to go, and they said they were the government in exile for Yoruba people. How can you be government in exile for Yoruba people when the roundtable on Africa seeing the president seeing everything? I mean, I'm really, today is a very sad day, but I can assure you that we'll look into it and rectify, whatever it is, so that it looks like the younger ones. This is what we are saying. The younger generations, they want to make noise, they want to do that, but they don't want to do the hard work. I could drive, in those days, I can drive with my eyes closed from New York to Washington. In fact, people like Shola Yusuf thought I lived in Washington, even when I was in New York. So we are going to be able to rectify that and be part of the roundtable. And I can assure you, and people should also not think that Yoruba Gbode is a pressure group for Yoruba. No, this is a media outfit. And I think Chola has been saying that we are not coming here to make decisions for us, but we're coming here to talk about some of these things. And people hearing all these things, even if there are organizations that are out there hearing this, they too should make contact, whatever they can to be in that roundtable, because it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Akimbala, did you?
Yes, I just.
Unmute yourself, sir.
Yes, I just wanted to briefly chime in on this issue with regards to our lack of representation. several weeks ago, we got wind of the fact that this hearing was upcoming, and some of us made spirited effort to try to coordinate among ourselves to see that we got more details and there was representation. But unfortunately, you know, as we can see here, we obviously, our efforts weren't enough, which in my own view raises a more fundamental point. During this meeting, for instance, there was another meeting that was going on, which is a Yoruba focused meeting, which I actually shared with our hostess. And my point to her was, you see how divisive we are and how this is a very fundamental issue that I still see every day. Very often we talk about the Jewish example, and I spoke about this with Professor Aqua only yesterday. Very often our people are saying, oh, the way the Jews did this, that's what we would like to do. But we are just so far away from them. And so I just wanted to throw out the fact that this, in my own view, remains one of the most substantial challenges we have today. There are very many cooks. Most of them just have half knowledge of what they are doing. But more often than not, they are not able to build the kind of synergy effective. And more especially those of us in the diaspora, even more so than those at home. So I just want to throw this out because the point the doctor just made about our lack of representation is evidence of that lack of collaboration. The directorate, the governance, national, the group that called itself the government in exile, for instance, had deliberately refused confronting that group directly because I was very much informed at the start, and it was obvious that it was based on, in my view, very faulty foundation. And you know, that's really unfortunate. Involve our colleagues, and I would like to be able to see all of us as competitors. But you know, you start on this faulty foundation, you keep building on it. So I don't want to speak too long, but this is a very crucial meeting for a lot of us because kind of what we are hoping is that we really can begin to look at what are foundational problems that prevent us from being more effective. We are capable of it at an individual level. But when you begin to look at the structures we have in place to be able to really take on the issues, most of those structures are really, really faulty. Thank you.
Hello.
Well, please, sir, let me take another post. Our time is really fast.
No problem. No problem.
Please, sir.
No problem.
Because what we were talking before you bring that important issue, we were talking about the interview, what Ooni of Ife said about Igboho's case. In response to what Mr. John Ojuola was asking about why Igboho is still there. And it's very, very important. I'm trying to make sure that we don't lose track of that. Even though all other things that we are saying are equally very, very important. If we have time, we may still come back to you, Dr. Akibu. Yes, sir. So other people raise up their hand and I'm going to get to them. But what we are discussing is Igboho's case and what Ooni Ife said about that Igboho oyeko dake, Igboho oyeko display maturity with the politics, you know. That is what we are looking at, that we are asking people to make a comment. So, Baba Denir Adeboye, please forgive me. Is it a new hand or the old hand?
Yeah, it's a new hand.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I wanted to make some comments.
Yes, sir.
About the comments credited to the Ooni of Ife. And I'm not going to deal with the comment itself. Although I've just heard you play it. And I'm not going to deal with, I'm going to merely ask us to look back. I'm going to go to Ife itself and call attention to the fact that the Oni that was in office when I was born was put in there in 1930, several years before I was born, through completely traditional processes. He died in 1980, and the next Oni was put there in office in 1980 under the auspices of the government that we had talked about earlier on, the government that respected Yoruba culture and everything. That's the UPN government that was running the so-called Lobo states at that time. So now we have this Oni put in office under a constitution that makes the Oba of any town at most is an assistant to the governor, which governor himself is an assistant to the president. The processes by which this arrangement got in position, we were witness to them. We weren't able to do anything. They were under constitutions that changed from the 50s to 1963, from 1963 to 1979, from 1979 to 1998. So these are processes in which our institutions were being taken away from us, and therefore the methodology for getting in positions. We must think that these changes are not happening, the one that we notice, the behavior of one Oba or another, they are not happening in vacuum. You will all remember that in Ondo State, in Akoko division, an Oba was slaughtered within the last 1.5 years. So I want us to take whatever we hear from them or fail to hear from them in the context of how they got in office in the first place, which is different from what the traditional Oba had been before now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baba Adeboye. That was a deep,
that was great.
Thought. That was great. Yeah. Mrs. Let's hear the voice of a woman. Mrs. Olagunju, Elizabeth Olagunju, your comments, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, daddy, what's his name? The daddy that I'm looking at right now.
We don't know. There are so many daddies here.
Daddy Shoge, something Shoge for.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. He was talking. He had already answered the question that I wanted to ask. Actually, he went through that area already, so I don't have to ask anymore. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do you want to make a comment on the audio that we listened to?
Yeah, I've been raising up my hand for a long time about that. I had the audio long time before today. And from the beginning, I was just praying he doesn't say this sentence. And then the sentence will come. I say, oh, I pray he doesn't say this. And then the next sentence is something horrible. Like Professor said, we are in a very bad time when it comes to the chieftaincy organization in our land. Everything has been turned upside down. But we just have to pray that things will come to normalcy one day or the other when the dust settles. Now, my comment that I want to remind everybody about, those of you who know a little bit of history, when Awolowo was thrown to jail, you remember there were so many pleas taken to him there that he should renounce this, he should say this. They even told him he should disband Action Group. And the man said no. So why is it now that Ooni of Ife will go to Buhari so that Buhari can tell him what Igboho should say and what he should not say? I felt so ashamed when I listened to that comment. But thank you for playing for us and allowing us all to bear the shame. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. We had it and we had people's comments. And I'm going to make sure that this gets to Onirisha. If it is okay. Anyway, we all know that Yoruba Gbode recording is, I tell everybody, it's live on YouTube. Even things that we have been doing for the past 2 years, people have access to them on the YouTube. And that's all I can say. We are still going to, some people are working on Igboho to answer the other part of Mr. Ujola's question. So we will continue to pray. They said if Paul is planting and Apollo is watering, right? If there is no blessing from God, everything will be vanity upon vanity. All is vanity. Vanity, like Obe said. I'm not a good singer, please forgive me. So, in order for everything that we are doing not to be vanity, let us put Igboho in our prayers. Let's continue to pray for him. And also, people who are carrying rumor, who say bad things about Igboho, please stop. Today they will say, oh, his kidney broke down. Tomorrow they will say, oh, his liver. Please stop doing stop saying all these things. You remember the first time somebody did like a trial balloon. Nothing happened at Igboho's house. It was in the middle of the night, like 2 a.m. Myself and Baba Banji, we were up all night because we thought it really happened. When his so-called media man, Koiki, when Koiki was saying his house has been attacked, we physically sent somebody. Myself and Baba, we were talking about it, and I said, I know somebody who doesn't live too far, and that the person will go there and get on site, or what do they call it, assessment. The person went there and said, no, it's only Koiki who is outside, talking. There's nobody. So when people do something like that, you are telling them what they should do. So stop saying that they poison Igboho, our people. That nobody's going to poison Igboho. Igboho is going to come out alive. Amen. And healthier. Amen. And stronger. Amen. Because he is fighting the fight of the masses. Yes. So let's be optimistic. So like Baba Bandi Ayiloge has said, Yoruba Gbode, we talk. And I'm telling you, good things come out of our talk. Amen. Yoruba will say, before something there were words. Ki ogun to ko ikirun ọ̀rọ̀ ló ṣíwájú. Tógbò bá kó kírun mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ni ó tẹ̀lé. Words are very, very powerful. Communication is very, very effective. we are gaining by discussing on Yoruba Gbode. And on that note, I am going to thank everybody. So the question is, what next? What next? Where are we going? So our guests, if you have any suggestion, if you have a number where people can call and talk to you and make recommendations, please, you can post it before you go. You can post it on Yoruba Gbode. Here we talk, and then we can motivate actions. There's no action here, it's only talk. But our talks always motivate action, I can assure you. Also, I'm going to make an announcement. Please, those of you who have children who want to learn Yoruba, this semester is going to end at the end of November. So we are starting another semester in December. Our work is showing. I attended a wedding by one of Yoruba Gbode school students. That lady, she's a Yoruba student. She has just started Yoruba language class with us. I think this is her second semester. She's a pharmacist by profession. I'm going to honor her next week on Yoruba Gbode. So she's a pharmacist by profession. She actually requested traditional marriage. And you'll be surprised, all the questions they were asking her, if they asked her in English, she answered in Yoruba. She was answering questions in Yoruba. She sang in Yoruba. She did everything in Yoruba. She hasn't even completed 2 semesters with our school. So please send your children to Yoruba Gbode to learn Yoruba language and culture. Like I always say, language is an essential part of your culture. Culture is who you are. When you lose your language, you lose your culture. When you lose your culture, you're gone. You lose yourself completely. So I'm going to also request people that always donate for us. People who have done that, I'm very, very grateful. People who are still thinking about it. Everything that we do is based on money. Thank you so much. So, Professor Aqua, please leave something on the text for people to be able to contact you. So for follow-up, Baba Akogun, we always have your contact. We appreciate that you are always with us. We are very, very grateful for your insightfulness, and we will always call you, please, because we are doing this together. When I see you behind my back, I feel on top of the world. I'm very, very grateful, sir. I'm grateful to Dr. Ofion Aqua, Amoye Yoruba Gbode, my brothers, that is what I call them, because they are unshakable, they are unstoppable. And since we have started Yoruba Gbode, the 3 wise men and the woman, they have relinquished their Sundays. How many people can do this? Baba Banji Ayiloge, I'm very grateful. Baba Adeniran Adeboye, thank you so much. Baba Adikwa Kishiku, thank you very, very much. We are grateful. So next week we are going to meet again.
No, before you go, Shola.
Yes, sir.
Please, now this is the time to let Dr. Adeboye know. A woman was actually asking me about Oge today, so that makes me a leg up.
Well, that's okay. Whatever trouble he gets into, that way is his business. No, that's okay.
But Baba Ayiloge is àgbàlagbà tí àgbàlagbà bá rí tí wọ́n bá gbìyànjú láti jẹ eyín wọn lè má kà ṣùgbọ́n ó depend lérú ẹran tí wọ́n bá jẹ. Èmi ò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
Bàbá Yílóge pè mí o, madam pè mí o, Bàbá Yílóge nìkan lẹ pè o.
Èmi ò mọ̀ pé ẹ̀dánwò Mr. Àtẹwọ́lógún.
Àtẹwọ́lógún ló sọ̀rọ̀, Adétúnjí ló sọ̀rọ̀ o. Because pè mí báyẹn o.
Mr. Túnjí Àtẹwọ́lógún àbíṣẹ́ yìí.
Yes, champion.
Okay, ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn. Ajíbẹ̀pọ̀ láṣẹ díẹ̀ lóde. Clap for him.
You know, mo kàn fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ everybody pẹ̀lú
English.
I want to thank everybody.
Ẹ ṣe èbó là ń sọ bí o. Gẹ̀ẹ́sì.
Ṣé Àtẹwọ́lógún gbọ́ ìbò ni?
Oh my God.
Àtẹwọ́lógún.
Jẹ́jẹ́ mi mo jókòó mi o, Bàbá Yílóge.
Translation.
Jẹ́jẹ́ mi mo jókòó mi o, Bàbá Yílóge, that you are taxing me o.
See, that's why he said Gbebo.
Dr. Akwa said you should speak English. I'm just saying that your English is not that it's not that smooth.
No, Dr. Akwa is, instead of aqua, we say water. You know that the name means water.
Okay. By the way, what I noticed it was not just me. There has been quite a few Akwa Ibom people who joined us today.
You should let those people come and stay in Lagos. Haven't they stayed in Lagos?
Like Mr. Utente, right? Utente. Is it
And there is a lady there, Aqua.
Yes.
Okay, and then there is
a lady, Aqua.
Grace Akpakpan.
Grace Akpakpan.
Grace Akpakpan is considered a mother of Ibom People Republic struggle.
Oh wow! But why didn't she talk?
Now, I think
would like to hear from people like
I think it's my flaw. People are not. You are not allowing me to talk again now because is it because I'm a black man or something?
So what yes, you are going to continue to be black, so you better get used to all these things.
So whether I like it or not,
you're going to be black.
Okay, first of all, what I was going to say is Baba Kogun. Yeah, I told my brother about you, sir. He told me that it's not, you are not just a friend, you are a pally to any length. That's what he told me. That you are his paddy anytime, anywhere, anyhow. That you are you are his right hand man. He's your right hand man.
Àtẹ̀wọ́ ni legacy.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ sà.
Àtẹ̀wọ́ ni legacy.
Nǹkan tẹ́gbọ́n mi sọ nìyẹn pé gbà tẹ́ wà ní UI wípé I mean the time both of you were in UI that both of you are just like inseparable.
Àtẹ̀wọ́ ni legacy. Àtẹ̀wọ́ ni legacy.
I delivered your message. He still lives in Boston.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the first one. The second one is to Baba Adeboye. Baba Adeboye, thank you, sir, for lecturing Baba Yiloge for all these situations, because he knows politics, but he doesn't know the mathematical political system. To calculate the political sagacity cannot be taken for decorum.
Excuse me, Tunji. I would like to know the phone number of your brother, Tewologu. We were here together too. Please let me.
So,
this is Adeyemo.
Okay, you can text it.
Hey, Dr.
So,
Adeyemo.
Baba,
yes, Adeyemo. Thank you very much. Yes.
Emma Benusa. Èmi gan fẹ́ gba nọ́mbà yín sà.
Okay.
Okay, Àtẹwọ́lógún kò pè mí, máa fún ẹ ní nọ́mbà wọn.
Mi ò pè yín Baba Yiloge, mi ò pè yín.
Wàhálà dé.
Èso nǹkan ṣe lè jà rẹ̀. Okay.
So I'm going to get the final comment from our guest, Dr. Ofiongakwa and Babatola Adeniji. And then after that, we are going to sing Ojo Onilota. Thank you, sir. I'm going to start with Professor Ofiongakwa.
Yes, thank you very, very much, my sister. As usual, I came in here and I felt at home. For the period we've been here, I try not to look at my phone, but my phone was going.
Are you still there?
Akwa Ibom people were so excited. They were surprised. I don't know why. They were surprised at the kind of love that felt that I received. But as I said to you, this is a love I've had since I was a baby, so it's nothing new. But I am happy. I'm happy that we're able to talk as brothers and sisters. A lot has been said, and you had advised I should leave my information. I left my information and my number. So if people are interested in following the activities of our organization, I'll put them on. We have a thing where you could go in there and see what we do. And obviously, I'm already interested in following what the people with the Oduduwa, with the Yoruba nation are doing. In fact, while we were having this, Dr. Fapohunda, who used to, I think he was with Afenifere, kind of wrote to me, and I reminded him that I have actually been on a Yoruba forum thing. That's where I heard him speak for the first time. So I'm very happy. But I will leave everybody with an answer to the question which you asked. And the question, if I don't mind, is, did you ask what is next for Nigeria? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yes, so.
Where is Nigeria heading to?
Yes.
And what is the next step for all these groups?
What is the next step? For me, my answer is only in 3 words. Ibom People's Republic. That is the next step.
People's Republic.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Your round-up comment, sir.
Well, my round-up comment is that everybody knows where Nigeria is heading to. Nigeria is heading towards destruction. And also to assure people that it's not only Akwa Ibom Republic or Yoruba nation, there are several other nationalities in Nigeria that are working tirelessly, quietly, and assiduously to ensure their freedom, to ensure their sovereignty. And that without anybody lifting a finger, they're going to lift fingers for anybody shedding blood. The dawn of, or the arrival of a new dawn is here. And by the grace of God, before 2023, the nationalities that are working together will have gotten their sovereignty by the grace of God.
Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So next week, by the grace of God, we are meeting again on Yoruba Gbode. In case you don't get, for some reason, I try to make sure I send reminder promo and everything. But if you don't get it, we are using the same, for almost 2 years, it's been the same meeting ID and the same link. And the time remains 3 p.m. in New York, 8 p.m. in UK and Nigeria. So if you have an old link, you can get into the new program. On behalf of every member.
On behalf, there is something standing there that is waiting to be said that nobody will disagree with.
What is that, sir?
And that is because the nationalities that are not beating their chests now about becoming autonomous, they are still important. So I would like to put a polite addition to what other people have said. Yes, Nigeria is heading toward total dismemberment, out of which will grow a number of nationalities with absolute sovereignty.
Vibrant, yes.
It is those nationalities now that will have the freedom to arrange whatever federation they want to, whatever federation of federations they want to, on their own terms. I remember President Reagan saying to the Americans, and they are a monolingual, monocultural society, that it was the states that put together the federal government, not the other way around.
Of course.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. May your days be long. Ajinde Arayo Maje. And thank you, Dr. Oluwajana, for reminding us that from now it's going UK has changed.
7 p.m.
And it's going to be
7
p.m. And that Nigeria is 1 hour ahead of the United Kingdom. On that note, I thank everybody. I especially thank Alagba Patrick, Dr. Akimbola, for his efforts. All the time, he's always there. He's a team member that we don't usually mention, but I assure you, he's a team member. You're
always welcome, man. It's my pleasure.
To all these things that we are doing. Thank you so much. Until next week. Thank you, Dr. Alfion. Thank you, Egma Koguntola Deni. Thank you, Enyamoye. Thank you, everybody. We are going to meet next Sunday. Until then, I'm yours sincerely.
Bye-bye.
You are blessed.
Yeah, can I ask Dr. Oyewole one question?
Yeah, well.
Dr. Oyewole, sir.
Yes, sir.
There were 2 books I read in Form 5. Certificate in chemistry and physics. Are they your brothers or are you?
Oh, those are Abekuta Oyewole's twin brothers.
Yes, Femi Oyewole.
Femi, yeah. I also read it.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Have a good night, sir.
Oh, okay. I tell one the legacy.
Thank God I speak English now, sir.
Too late.
Thank you.
Utente.
Ẹnìkan ní wọlé bọ̀. Bóyá wọn.
Ìyá.
Pẹ́lẹ́kìtì ò bá lọ láàárọ̀ kó wọlé lálẹ́ wá ní ọ̀yá o.
Sister Shola.
Yes. Yes.
Máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa gba information irú round table tí máa yẹn sọ pé Mr. Dr. Abiola sọ pé òun send sí yín. Báwo lẹ ṣe máa disseminate sí àwọn èèyàn? Irú àwọn bàbá yìí ló jẹ àwọn bàbá.
Everybody that is on my contact will be able to get it. So that's why every day, every Sunday, I always ask new people to text their contacts to my number. So once you are my contact, you get
Chris
Udo. No, what mo sọ ni pé how will those people who are ready to go and represent us? I can't go and represent us because but people have been fighting this battle before me. So like, no, not at all. But I'm just saying that they were not aware.
I'm going to talk to him.
They were not aware of.
I am going to talk to him. I am going to talk to him about how to do that, and we are going to pull.
I'm actually looking at this thing right now. You see, you don't have to worry about that. Don't worry.
Yes,
okay?
Because already we have spent almost 4 hours, so we should let people go and rest.
I think it's the one anchored by Ambassador Campbell.